No.
I will watch and maybe clap hands and follow.
Hey, Baba, African Usishange rhythm. What happened?
You know, sometimes some of us are not that gifted. You know, I believe singing is a talent. So when we are not gifted in that talent, I see now we are. Okay, it's 10 o'clock, members.
Yeah, see, the Department of Human Settlements being represented. Proud of them. So trolls for settle.
Yeah, I can see they are having a full delegation there, which is good. Now, members, I think it is actually 10 o'clock now. And then I see also member Heron was able to join us. Honorable Heron.
Good morning. Yes, I was able to connect. Thanks.
Okay. No. Thank you very much. Good morning, honorable members, and also good morning to the department, and also good morning to the HDA as well. And then also I've just indicated that Honorable Heron has also joined us. The purpose of the meeting, it's a normal SCOPA meeting for purposes of looking into a report that was submitted to us by Honorable Member Heron. And then in terms of that report, then we had to invite departments or people that we actually mentioned in the report. But before we start with that, as you've seen the agenda as well, that there's going to be presentation by Honorable Heron, and then the department, and then there's going to be the HDA, or in whatever form they actually come or they feel comfortable. But I just want to check before we start the members that are available, that are present in the committee, if they can just indicate, honorable members.
Good morning, Chair. Derek America, a member of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable America.
Good morning, Chair Matlodi Maseko, member of the committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Morning, Deirdre Bartman, member of the committee.
Morning,
member Xhego, member of the committee.
Morning, Honorable.
Morning, Chairperson. My name is Nomi Nkondlo. I'm a member of the committee.
Morning, Chairperson Dalen Mitchell. I'm an alternate member of this committee.
Thank you. Morning. Welcome, Honorable. Is there any other member? I think all the honorable members have actually introduced themselves. Now, what we are going to do, I want to check, are there any apologies that we have received, Honorable, Mr. Dustin Davids, as the procedural officer?
Morning, Chairperson, morning, members, delegates. Chairperson, we did not receive any apologies, Chair.
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. David. Now, as I've indicated that this meeting, it's a meeting that has come as a result of a report that was submitted to us, where it was indicated in the report that there has been some problems in terms of political interference, as well as inflation of value of a certain property. Then in terms of that, as the committee, we first deliberated with it, and then having deliberated with the report that we submitted in front of us, we've agreed that we actually need to call the parties that were involved on the matter, which is Honorable Brett Herren himself, as well as the departments that are involved, the HDA, as well as the Department of Human Settlement. There was also mention of, in the report, of the City of Cape Town. Our interacting with the City of Cape Town was that they don't feel that they actually need to be part of this because they were neither responsible for the transaction, they were just the beneficiary. But they did indicate that if there's anything that you'd like to get from them, they are available to assist in any form that they can be of assistance on. So that's just the meeting we're supposed to have held it last year, but because we got overtaken by processes, then issues of the annual report kicked in, and then we could not have time. Then we rescheduled the meeting to be in April on the 24th. Then it was in the middle of the pandemic, and then we rediscussed the matter and we said that, look, we will check whether we will have the meeting virtually or in person. There was an indication of members that they would like to have the meeting in person, but I subsequently spoken to them that it looked like it's not going to be possible this time, and they indicated their availability also to be part of the meeting as well. So now, the manner in which we are going to conduct the meeting, in terms of the agenda, Honorable Herren himself, we are going to get a report from him, and thereafter, when he has finished, we are going to allow the department or the HDA, whoever comes first, and then what we'll actually do, members, in the process, after every presentation, we will allow questions if there are questions that needs to be asked. And then when we finish with that party, he or she may leave or stay if you choose to stay. And thereafter, we will come with the next party to present, and then we'll ask questions, finished, and then they can be recused. And then when every report has been presented in front of us, we like all the parties to recuse themselves so that we as the committee, we can take a final decision or a position on the way forward. I think that is clear. I see the hand of Honorable Bartman.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to find out if it's possible for us to just please put on record that as SCOPA, the whole committee, that the order in which we're receiving this briefings today, that we received legal advice on that, because I do want people to know that as SCOPA, as a committee, that we've done as much as possible up to now, and we'll continue to do as much as possible to ensure that we receive these briefings in a fair manner and that we consider everything in a fair manner. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you very much for that, Honorable Bartman.
Chair.
So, is there another hand?
Yes.
Honorable Nkonzo.
Apologies, Chair, for not raising my hand on the function. I wanted to check, and maybe for you to confirm in the nature of this particular discussion that I'm assuming that we are having this conversation in camera as a committee, because if so, I would want for that to also to be recorded, given that our committees are meant to also allow a public involvement. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkondlo. No, I don't think the meeting is in camera because it was also advertised as well in the media. There was so people are allowed, actually, even members of the media are allowed to actually not to participate, but they are, as I take it, is also on YouTube as well in various public platforms. So it is actually not in camera.
Thank you, Chairperson, and also if the handle of the YouTube or the link can be shared. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see there's a hand, but I don't see whose hand is it. There's a hand up.
I think it's member, sorry, Chair, I think it's member Nkondlo, if she can drop it because she's done now.
Okay, no, sure. No, excellent then, members. Now, what we are going to do then, without any waste of time, if everything that is clear, I'm going to hand over to Honorable Herren.
Thank you, Chairperson. Do you want my video on, Chairperson?
It's always better to see you not necessarily for transparency reason. It's always good to hear to see also who's talking.
Okay, I'll turn the camera on. I'm in my very messy office though.
I know.
So Chairperson, I've submitted 3 sets of correspondence to the committee. The initial complaint, then some further information at the end of last year, and then this week I submitted some additional documentation. And I don't intend to go through all of those, all of that correspondence in detail, but I have extracted from the 3 bundles of information 3 points that I think are most important. The first is the urgency of finding a housing solution or a settlement solution in the Dunoon area. The second is the price, and the third is the appropriateness of the land that was acquired and its use. So I will start with the urgency, and you'll see from my initial submission to the committee that in about February 2018, so that's more than 2 years ago, there was protests in the Dunoon area that erupted because of a proposed demolition of informal homes along the Transnet rail line in a settlement that is known as Siyahlala. So those protests erupted, and as is often the case in the Dunoon area when there is protest around anti-land invasion activity, the target is the MyCity infrastructure, and in this case, the MyCity station in Dunoon was destroyed. But the urgency was therefore to find a solution for the Siyahlala settlement that was preventing the Transnet freight line from operating, and that line was operating mostly, or maybe exclusively, to provide transport for solid waste to the Vissershoek disposal site. So this was the context in February 2018 or early 2018 for the urgency to find an alternative location for the settlement. And this urgency is confirmed in the documents that I sent you this week. If you look at the development application that I sent this week, which is the HDA's application or the provincial government's application to rezone the urban within Race Park, the Racing Park Industrial Park where the acquisition was. If you look at that application, which is dated October 2019, at page 3 of the document, you will see a quote from the applicants that it says, in order to secure the well-being of the Siyahlala community and to ensure the service continuity of the Transnet railway line, which performs a strategic function in transporting waste to and from Vissershoek landfill site, an immediate relocation plan for these community members needs to be implemented. So that's on page 3 of the development application. And then if you turn to page 10 of the development application, you'll see again reference to the urgency. I'm quoting, given the urgency and the desperate conditions faced by the community, an immediate and effective solution is required to relocate the community members that are currently occupying the area within the rail reserve, referred to as the Siyahlala community, into a safer living environment until the envisaged redevelopment of the surrounding informal residential environment is complete. So the development application was submitted in October 2019 and supports the idea that it was urgent to find a solution. And then I want to refer you to my initial complaint and Appendix 4 of that complaint, which is an email from Mr. Nigel Titus, who is the Principal Spatial Planner at the City of Cape Town. And that email is dated 20th of April 2018. So that's early in 2018, shortly after the protest and the identification of this urgency arose. And Mr. Titus says in that email, on Potsdam, now he's referring to the alternative site that I'm referring to that was available. On Potsdam, I wish to add that the timing implications of the various options should be considered. If the aim is to get a quick solution, then initiating the emergency or urgent housing designation immediately would be in the best interests of all concerned. He then says the Potsdam land is in our ownership, is the option that allows us to get out of the starting blocks first. And he says, I would recommend we initiate emergency urgent declaration procedures for which we could have an answer within about a month. Now, Mr. Titus was the spatial planning official who assisted us when I was still in the city in finding or following that same procedure to provide emergency housing to the fire victims of the Imizamietu community. So Mr. Titus had already been through this process for Imizamietu and was really advising the leadership and the departments at the time that there was a quick way to do it, use Potsdam land, which was available to the city, and use the emergency or urgent provisions that the municipal planning bylaw provides for. So I think it's clear that the relocation of the families in Siyahlala was inherently urgent. First of all, given the unsuitable living conditions that they were living in, and the fact that the railway line needed to be operating urgently. And so given the urgency of the decision by the decision by the Department of Human Settlements to pursue the long route of acquiring a new piece of land to accommodate the Siyahlala settlement, to me is illogical. I mean, you can see it just by the dates. The urgency arises in February 2018. In April 2018, Mr. Titus, who's the spatial planner, is saying, let's use Potsdam and use the emergency or urgent housing provisions in the planning bylaw. And in October 2019 is when the department is making an application to allow development or the rehousing to take place in the racing park, the land that was acquired at what I say is an inflated price. So there's a logic here that I'm struggling with. We have an urgent situation and we have a process that the department adopted that is long, first acquiring land, secondly having to go through all these rezoning processes when there was land available. So the city had owned the Potsdam site, and if you look at the map that I sent you, it is marked as Site A. I sent that map this week, and you'll see it is just down the road from the existing sites on the corner of Potsdam Road and Blauberg Road. The city owned that site, and it was reserved in 2014 by the then director of what was called urbanization. It was a department in the city that was renamed Informal Settlements Department. So Shiham Sims was the director of urbanization, and at that time she reserved that site that is marked A on your map for exactly the kind of housing solution that the department was trying to achieve in 2018. And then finally, not amongst the documents, but I'm sure easily accessible to you, is the city's planning bylaw. And in this regard, I can refer you to section 68 of the planning bylaw, which deals with a shortened application process for emergency housing, and section 69 of the bylaw, which talks about a shortened application process for urgent housing. The difference, as I read it in the planning bylaw, between emergency housing and urgent housing is the emergency housing is a temporary solution and urgent housing is a more permanent solution. So that's my submissions on urgency. There was an urgency and there was land available to the parties to resolve that crisis in early 2018, but the department chose to acquire land. We all know, anyone who's bought property knows how long that process takes. Then they went through this process of rezoning, and we are now in June 2020, and Siyahlala has not been relocated. and there has been no solution. So the urgency dictated to me that we needed to take the shortest possible route, which was to use the Potsdam land that was available and to use the emergency or urgent planning bylaw provisions. If we move on to price, so the provincial government instructed the HDA to acquire the sites at a price of 64.6 million rand. In this regard, I refer you to my initial complaint to Appendix 5, which is a memorandum from the Director of the Urban Integration Department in the City of Cape Town, Ms. Namso Baliso. She was responsible for the officials who would acquire land for forward planning purposes, so for the use of human settlements. And you'll see in her memorandum, she raises concerns first about the City of Cape Town's own valuation of the property, given recent sales in the vicinity. If you look at page 3 of her memorandum, you'll see she says, and I'm quoting, "The subject property seems to be overpriced in comparison with the most recent acquisition of Annandale Farm, measuring 72 hectares and bought by the city for 162 million rand, equating to 225 rand per meter squared, as compared to average."
Honorable Aaron, I see Honorable Bartman's hand is up.
Thank you, Chairperson. I apologize to Honorable Heron. I don't mean to interrupt, but is it possible that when Honorable Heron refers to an annexure or a page number, that he just gives us a minute or two to go to that page, please? Because obviously the documents were emailed to us and we have it obviously, but I would like to follow the train of thought while also looking at the document, if that's possible, Chairperson.
That should not be a problem.
Certainly, Chairperson. I'm sorry that I'm going so fast. I'll pause after I mention a page number or document. So if I can go back, then I'm referring to Appendix 5 of the initial complaint, which is a memorandum from the Director Urban Integration, Namso Baliso. And I'm on page 3 of that Appendix 5. I'll just pause for a moment. So if I go to page... If I go to page 3, if we go to page 3, you'll see Ms. Baliso is writing that the subject property seems to be overpriced in comparison with the most recent acquisition of Annandale Farm, measuring approximately 72 hectares and bought by the city for 162 million rand, equating to 225 rand per meter squared, as compared to an average of 542 rand per meter squared for the total developable extent of the land to be purchased. And I'll pause there just so that the members can connect. Annandale Farm is marked B on the map that I sent this week. So her reference to the land that the city had already acquired is reference to what is marked as B on the map that I sent this week.
Honorable Heron, if I hear you, sorry, Honorable Heron, if I hear you correctly, you've mentioned something about 162 million. You've mentioned a figure of 162 million.
I'm quoting, Chairperson, I'm quoting from the memorandum written by Ms. Baliso, and she's referring that 162 million rand was what the city paid to acquire the Annandale Farm, okay, which on the map that I sent you this week is marked B.
Okay. No,
and then she says that if you work it out, 162 million rand for 72 hectares means that the city paid 225 rand per square meter, as compared to 542 rand per square meter, which was the asking price for the land that was eventually purchased by HDA.
Thank you. Just before you continue, sorry to interrupt once again. Sincere apologies, but I see Honorable America's hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Heron indicated that he will just pause here now to allow members to locate that particular section amongst the documentation. But if I could possibly ask Honorable Heron at this stage, in terms of him mentioning the Annandale Farm and the rand per square meterage, can he explain perhaps what the zoning of the Annandale Farm was and possible what the other zoning is. I think perhaps, you know, it may explain some matter later. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson, if I may complete my presentation and take these kinds of questions at the end, because I will go into
that's what I was
zoning
going to say, Honourable. And I was just going to, I don't mind members just seeking small points of clarity as you are moving on, if maybe they did not hear. But I think Honourable America's question will need also a very detailed answer. Can I request to members just make note of those, and then when Honourable Heron is finished, then we can start asking those questions.
Thank you, Chair. I was just taking an opportunity that, you know, he was posing in his presentation. Maybe you could respond to it. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
May I continue, Chair?
Yes, Honourable.
Thank you. So I was saying then that the I'm continuing now with the quote that I'm looking at page 3 of Appendix 5. Ms. Beliso goes on to say that this is also the case if one utilizes the 58 million rand purchase price. So what she's referring here is that there were the seller initially approached the city to sell it at about 85 million rand, and then came back and said that they would look at 58 million rand plus commission. But she says this is also the case if one utilizes the 58 million rand purchase price, where the average purchase prices would be 492 rand per square meter. Both of these figures are more than double the most recent purchase in the area. Then Beliso expresses concern that her department, the acquiring department, was not given access to the basis of the city's valuation despite requests. So if I may pause here, Chairperson, at the beginning you indicated that the city suggested that they have no interest in this matter, or they don't need to give any information. But if you look at Ms. Beliso's memorandum, you'll see that she is expressing frustration that the city's property management department conducted valuations of that site, came to conclusions, or came to recommendations about the value, but would not share that valuation report with her department, which would have to make the decision whether to acquire it or not. So she goes on in her memorandum to say that on the 4th of October, she wrote to property management requesting more information, including a valuation report that will assist me, that's her, in deciding whether the purchase of the property would be value of money for the city or not. However, despite numerous requests, property management has not been willing to share the valuation report on account of negotiations in process. She says, I then responded to property management on the 9th of October 2017, raising the following concerns. A valuation report should still be made available to the user department or the requester. This was viewed as a fair request whereby the valuation report would have assisted in the decision-making process. Chairperson, I refer you back to the map that I sent earlier this week, and I'll pause for a moment. On that map, you will see that there is a portion of the land called Durenbach, which is alongside Racing Park. And that Durenbach land was acquired apparently for 9 million rand by the city in 2015. Now, Durenbach is approximately 130,000 square meters, and right next door is the land that the province paid 64.6 million rand for about 100,000 square meters of usable space. I've had discussions with the Racing Park Owners Association members, and I suggest that the committee at least hear from them as well. And they tell me that their valuation, and this is perhaps where Honourable America's question will be answered, their valuation is that of the land that the province acquired through the HDA, 60,000 square meters is zoned agriculture and for agricultural use, and this is worth about 150 rand a square meter. About 40,000 square meters is zoned industrial and is part of the Racing Park Industrial Park. And they suggest that this land is worth about 300 rand per square meter. They're telling me that the province, in their view, overpaid for the land. They said that the land was always overpriced, which is why it took so long to be sold and was never sold in the first place, and that ultimately the province or the HDA paid 1,400 Rand per square meter. The wetland portion of the site, if you look at the map, you'll see it's marked, was included in the 64.6 million Rand purchase, but was already under the control of the city by virtue of the original subdivision to create the industrial park. And so it was worth zero. So by the Owners Association calculation, the wetland, 7 hectares approximately, is worth zero. 6 hectares of agricultural land at 150 Rand per square meter is worth about 9 million Rand, and 4 hectares of industrial land at 300 Rand per square meter is worth 12 million Rand. By the Owners Association calculation, this comes to 21 million Rand. Chairperson, I'm obviously not a property valuer, and I expect that you will test this information with the Owners Association, who are obviously a stakeholder in this situation. I think it's important that you notice that the Owners Association's figures coincides with that of the Director of Urban Integration, who suggested that sales in the area on average and what the city had paid for Annandale would be around 225 Rand per square meter. Finally, Chairperson, I want to deal with use and whether this is an appropriate use for the site. So the racing park sites are located within an industrial park. And if the committee has not been to visit the industrial park, I suggest that you do so before you make your recommendation. In the meantime, I would like to refer you to the Owners Association's objection to the development application. I submitted it this week, and you'll see it's a report from Tommy Brummer, who is a town planner. So I'll just pause for a moment so the members can find that report. It's the Owners Association objection, and I'm going to refer you to pages 8, 9, and 10 of that report. Can I continue, Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, apologies. May I ask a question? Sorry, it's just a clarity question on the documents. Could someone just please indicate to me the name of the document so that I can find the page number? Or is it the same document that Honourable Heron originally submitted?
I think that's the new document. Honourable Heron, so the old or the new document?
May I, Chair, if you may, yes, it's the new document I sent this week. It should be labelled, I sent it as labelled Owners Association Objection.
Yeah, I think I've seen that.
Okay,
is that
thank
the one
you.
that is written under the attorneys? Yeah. Is the one that is written under the attorneys Brummer?
No, it's from town planners. Tommy Brummer is the town planner who is.
Yeah. So Chairperson, sorry, it is the email that I sent this week. It's just labelled in the attachment is labelled objections.
Okay. Are you willing, advocate?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Honourable America, is your hand up?
My apologies, Chair. I didn't lower it the last time. Thank you. Sorry.
Honourable Heron.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm just referring to this. I'm not sure whether the committee has been to visit the site. If you have been to visit the site, then you know what I'm about to ask you to look at. You would have seen for yourselves. So I'm asking you to look at pages 8, 9, and 10 of that objection, where you'll see pictures of what the industrial park looks like, and you'll see that the park is the site is within a park that is obviously being used for industrial purposes. It's warehouses and light industrial factories. And my point of asking you to look there is simply for you to get a sense of where the department is proposing to build housing in the middle of an industrial park that is made up of warehouses and factories. I then want to ask you to look at the Constitution of the Owners Association, which is also a document that I sent this week. I'm not going to refer to any particular paragraph. I did so in my email. And you'll see that I pointed out within the Constitution of the Owners Association that the owners association binds every single owner of Irvin within that industrial park. So the owners association was set up as a condition of the subdivision that created the industrial park, and the owners association constitution is binding on all people, on all the owners of Irvin within that industrial park. So when the HDA acquired Irvin within that industrial park, they became bound by the constitution. That owners constitution, association constitution, says, first of all, that the erection of any building on that site needs the owners association's consent. So in other words, in order for the HDA or the province to develop housing as a built form, it would need the owners association's consent. And you will see from the objection that I referred to earlier that the owners association is objecting to the rezoning, and in that objection, the owners association make it quite clear that the HDA will not obtain the consent of the owners association. So the province or the HDA have acquired land where they need the owner's consent, the owners association consent in order to use it for residential purposes, and the owners association is not providing that consent. Page 2 and page 10 of the owners association objection. So unfortunately, Chairperson, you'll see that the report from Tommy Brimmer in town planning is not page numbered, but page 2 and page 10 of that objection, you will see that the owners association says that the housing development, and I'm quoting, will not obtain the necessary and required consent or approval. In addition, if you refer to page 5 of the owners association objection, that's the same document, Tommy Brimmer, you will see that the Tommy Brimmer points out that there was recently an application in Pardon Island for a rezoning to allow a mixed-use development to include residential purposes in Pardon Island, which is also an industrial area. So on page 5 of the Owners Association objection, you will see that the city itself objected or recommended refusal for the rezoning of a portion of land in Pardon Island, and the city themselves cited that the proposed residential use will not be compatible with the industrial area and adverse impacts are envisaged in terms of traffic as well as health and well-being of the community. You will also see that the city is concerned about the loss of industrial use, which is obviously an employment generation use that if it's converted to residential will be lost. I want to refer you back to the map, and I'll pause for a second. So if you go back to the map, you'll see the city land marked A is a short distance down the road. It is owned by the city. It adjoins the Potsdam taxi and bus rank. It is on the MyCity route, and it is between 17 and 20 hectares in extent. It's not clear to me whether it's 17 or 20. In the documents, they use the number interchangeably, but in any event, at 17 hectares, it is almost the same size as what was acquired by the HDA. It is unencumbered, it doesn't have a wetland or other barriers to development for housing. It was reserved by the Informal Settlements Department of the City of Cape Town for housing communities from informal settlements. That's what it was reserved for in 2014, and it was available to both the province and the city to rehouse Siyahlala. If you look at the same map, marked B, the piece of land marked B is also a short distance away. This is the Annandale Farm, and this is important because in recent presentations that we received, for example, at the Ad Hoc Committee on COVID-19 and at the Human Settlement Standing Committee, there's now a new urgency, which is the de-densification of the Dunoon area. Now, Annandale, which is marked B on that map, was acquired expressly for the purpose of de-densifying Dunoon, allowing Dunoon to extend or expand in a dignified way without overcrowding. So you have the Annandale Farm, marked B, already acquired by the city and available for Siyahlala, and now certainly available for de-densification of Dunoon. And you have the site marked A, Potsdam, which was already owned by the city, already identified in 2014 for informal settlements department to rehouse informal settlements. So both Potsdam and Annandale were already available for that purpose, and for the purpose that the racing park site was acquired, and for the current priority, which is to de-densify Dunoon. The 65 million rand used to purchase the land that I submit and others submit was overpriced, was not required. Land was not required. It could have been used to develop Potsdam or a portion at Annandale. So we have 65 million rand being used to acquire land that I suggest is not required, because there were two pieces of land in the vicinity already acquired for the two purposes that are now being put on the table. And that 65 million rand that was spent to purchase the land could have actually been used to contribute towards the development of those sites. If we use 160,000 rand per B&G house, which is more or less the price that a B&G house would have cost in 2018, the department could have built 400 B&G houses for 65 million rand. Instead, it acquired land that it didn't actually need. I want to refer you to Section 6 of the Owners Association Constitution, which is a document I sent you this week. I'll pause for a moment. If you look at the Owners Association Constitution and Section 6, you will see that owners of Irvin within the racing park, industrial park, are also liable for levies. So we have the land now that acquired.
Apologies, Honorable Maseko.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just am interested in, for the time's sake, the allocation for the presentations, because how much time did you allocate for the presentation, Chairperson?
No, okay, just before that, how long do you think are you still going to be, Honorable Heron?
5 more minutes.
Okay. Okay. Let's just allow Honorable Heron the 5 minutes, and thereafter he wraps up.
Thank you. So I want to refer you to Section 6 of the Owners Association to draw to the committee's attention that there's an additional financial burden for the HDA or the province. I don't know who's going to pay the levies, but the Owners Association advised me that the province is currently liable, the HDA, who are the owners of the site, are currently liable to pay 300,000 rand per annum in levies as an owner of an IRF or Irvin within that industrial site. So for as long as there is ownership of these Irvin in this industrial park, there's a liability which is currently 300,000 rand. It obviously will increase, I assume, annually to the holders of that site to contribute towards the operating costs of the industrial park. So I'm going to conclude, Chairperson, by saying the need to relocate Siyahlala was urgent in February 2018. In June 2020, no relocation has taken place, and the development application for the sites acquired for that purpose has now been withdrawn, I believe. So we are now 28 months later, and no progress has been made. And this, I submit, is because the wrong land was pursued. On the other hand, the spatial planning official who managed emergency housing applications for Imizama Yetu advised in April 2018 that it would be possible to get approval for Potsdam, if we're lucky, without objections within 1 month. Now there's an urgent need to de-densify Dunoon as a result of COVID-19. And there's a proposal that this newly acquired land could be used for that purpose. But Annandale was acquired expressly to de-densify Dunoon, and both Potsdam and Annandale are still vacant, city-owned land sites available immediately. You'll see from the documents that I submitted this week that the process still now faces High Court litigation. Racing Park have now given notice that they intend to approach the High Court to set aside the sale of that land on the basis that the sale did not have the consent of the Owners Association. So in a nutshell, Chairperson, I'm saying there was urgency in 2018. There was land available in 2018, both Annandale and Potsdam, but the Department of Human Settlements instructed HDA to pursue a very long route. And it's undeniable that it's the long route because we're now in June 2020 and no progress has been made in relocating those communities. And from all of the evidence and information that I have available, the price was inflated and that the HDA probably paid 2 or 3 times its value. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Heron. Honorable members, can I get an indication of members who want to ask questions or who may want to make comment? I see Honorable Maseko first, then Honorable Batman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yes.
Chair,
yes.
Just
yes,
to recap. Thank you. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, yes. Loud and clear.
Okay. Just to recap, the first thing that we said as a standing committee, we have to inquire is whether there was a political involvement in this transaction, if the price was inflated. So that is the most core important issues that we are having this conversation. But before I ask other questions, Chair, just for the clarity from Member Heron, why is there a reason why member is now that is bring these allegations to Scopa? Was the allegations refer to the city of Cape Town, and he was part of that when those transactions were happening there? Why now he feels he has to bring it here? Has he ever tried to discuss this issue with the city, or has he ever handed this matter to the city to indicate his concern about the escalation or the involvement of the political party into the transaction itself?
Thank you very much, Honorable Maseko. Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Chair. You'll see in my initial complaint that I submitted that at the time that the alleged political interference took place, I was still in the city. I was the mayoral committee member for transport and urban development. And I did suggest to Mr. Davids, the procedural officer, that Mr. Mark Roundtree be called to give evidence as well, because he attended the meeting between the then Minister Madikizela and mayoral committee member Councillor Limburg, where the acquisition of this, where the need to find a solution to Siyahlala was discussed. I did not attend that meeting, but Mr. Roundtree confirms that at that meeting, the political principles discussed that the use of Potsdam site was not appropriate because it would be politically, it's a politically sensitive site. By that, I assume that it is close to Tableview, and there were concerns about objections from the residents of Tableview. But Mr. Roundtree can give evidence as to that conversation. I think at that meeting, and you have the email from Councillor Limburg. Councillor Limburg confirms that at that meeting, confirms in writing that at that meeting it was agreed that the racing park site would be pursued, and it would be pursued by the province. So I mean, I brought this to the attention of Scopa when I became aware that despite the recommendation of Ms. Baliso at the city, that the province had proceeded to acquire the land. So the city did not acquire the land and had not acquired it by the time I left the city. And the province then acquired the land, and it was brought to my attention, I think in September, October last year, which is about the time when I submitted this information to Scopa. So it was the province that acquired the land using HDA as the acquiring party, not the city. And as regards the political interference, if you wish to pursue whether that is in fact the case, then I think you need to get the evidence directly from Mr. Roundtree, who was my executive support officer, who attended that meeting on my behalf, and who is available to give evidence because he's now in my office here as a researcher.
Okay, if there's going to be a follow-up, Honorable Maseko will do it in the next round. Let's just allow other members to quickly also ask their questions. Honorable Bartman.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have a number of questions, some to Mr. Heron and some I will keep for later to the HDA, as some of the information relates more to them answering it. Firstly, I just want to understand. So my understanding for Scopa is that we shouldn't be looking whether someone may buy a property at a certain price, because I'm a bit worried about the independence and constitutional authority of local government and the departments and so on, and separation of powers. But I do believe that our role can be looking at reasons and processes, for example, if any, for example, the allegation of political interference. My one concern is the political interference has been alleged based on another person who is not Mr. Heron. And Mr. Heron is now speaking essentially to that political interference. So I'm just worried that something like that could be considered hearsay. The second thing I would like to understand, and I'll probably ask this to every stakeholder, is to Mr. Heron's understanding, if the city or the department or HTA or whoever had to purchase property, what according to him would be the procedure for such, whether he believed that that procedure then was followed, if not, why not? If there's a deviation, how does he believe the deviation should have taken place? Was such followed? If not, why not? Further, I note the request that we should be calling the Racing Park Association. However, Chairperson, I do believe in the beginning when we discussed who to invite to the briefings, that we indicated that the only valuers that we can really receive information from was essentially through HTA and the valuers that they mentioned, because if I remember correctly, that the committee was concerned about calling independent valuers, because how does one choose and how does one go through that information, those facts, in order to understand that. And then nextly, I just want to find out how would building the property on the land financially affect the owner's interests and the association? Perhaps Mr. Heron does not have the specific information, but perhaps one of the other stakeholders later might have. And the documentation, one of the documents we were sent was a letter from the city to say that a purchase has not taken place. So I just would like to understand whether that has taken place then. And then finally, Mr. Heron refers to legal action, and we've received that lawyer's letter, but I don't see a court case number or anything like that. So I just want to understand, is it in court? What is going on there, and so on? And I think those are all my questions for now. I know there are a lot, but if there is something that Mr. Heron is not able to answer, please do let me know. I will then keep those questions for the relevant stakeholder. Thank you.
Honorable Heron.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think I'm not sure if.
Excuse me, Chair. My hand was up. I don't know if you want to take my question and then Honorable Heron will respond thereafter.
No. What I do, Honorable, I see your hand is up.
Okay.
Because I'm just following the procedure in which the hands were raised up. So because after Honorable Bartman is going to be Honorable Ngondlo, then you.
Okay, because often the questions are related, you know, and then
see, maybe in the process of him answering, he might answer your question. So let's allow him to answer this one of the advocate. Of advocate.
I agree. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I may say I would prefer to answer one after the other rather than all together, because I may miss out some of the detail. I think from Honourable Bartman's questions, I think I need to maybe just clarify that the city did not acquire the land. The recommendation from the director who was responsible for the acquisition of land was to the department head not to acquire the land. So the city did not acquire the land. It was the HDA who acquired the land on behalf of the Provincial Department of Human Settlements and on their instruction. Now, the question is that that Honourable Bartman poses is whether this committee should be concerned about the price. And I would submit that the committee must be concerned about the price, because if what the department paid is an inflated price, then that is surely wasteful. And that must concern SCOPA if a provincial department incurs wasteful expenditure. If you overpay for something, then we must understand why that was the case and whether it was in fact wasteful expenditure. With regards to the issue of political interference, I did not introduce it in my statement now because, as I say, I did not attend the meeting between Councillor Limburg and Minister Madikizela. Mr. Roundtree did. And my response to the political interference was really, my comments were really in response to Honourable Maseku's question. Whether it's hearsay or not, I mean, in a court of law, it will be hearsay, but this is not a court of law, this is a committee, and you can decide what to do with the information, use it or not, but you're not prohibited from using it. And if you would like what I'm saying to be confirmed, then I suggest you call Mr. Roundtree. With regards to process, I think that I thought that I'd made it clear that the way I was approaching this was, first of all, was the land needed? And I'm saying it wasn't, because there are two pieces of land that were already owned by the city that could have been used for those urgent purposes of rehousing Siyahlala and now for de-densifying Dunoon. That's Annandale Farm and Potsdam. And the second question was, you would ask in the process of acquiring land, is the price fair and reasonable? So the process, whether it's the City of Cape Town or the province acquiring land when we are using public funds, is do we need to buy this land? And secondly, is the price an appropriate price? And when you have an official saying the price is inflated, and when you have the neighbouring property saying the price is inflated, then I think there's a duty on SCOPA to check whether the price was inflated and whether there was an overpayment for that piece of land. I will take those members back, and I think there are two members of this committee, Honourable Maseko and Honourable America, who are also on the Standing Committee for Human Settlements. At our very first Standing Committee for Human Settlements that took place last year, when we got a briefing from the then head of department, Mr. Mguli, he made the point in that presentation that they had paid a lot of money for this land. In fact, he said it was very, very expensive land. So I think that there was even some awareness within the department that that land was probably overpriced. The owners' interests, obviously the owners are concerned about the value of their investment in an industrial park with the introduction of housing. Honourable Bartman asked me if I could comment on it. That would be my comment. I would imagine that the owners' association's chairperson could provide the committee with better evidence than I can. And then the last question from Honourable Bartman, I think I answered in the beginning when I said the letter from the city is correct, where they recommend to not purchase this land because of the pricing, because the director considered the pricing to be inflated. And that's the whole point. The city declined to purchase this land because it was overpriced, and so the province purchased the land. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Heron. Honourable Nkondlo.
Chair, mine is very small, is really on the procedural aspects, and I thought to delay instead of disrupting, because I'm trying for us, because we've got many stakeholders here, which I think would help us, because now as members we're starting to ask Honourable Heron some questions which I believe can actually be counterposed or affirmed by some of the presenters that we have asked to come and speak here. Because I would believe any opinions or judgment call about what Honourable Heron is presenting is best fashioned to be engaged, at the last end. Because now, for me, I think we would be challenged and rather find ourselves having more subjective conversations if we do not allow the other presenters that are here to also present on what Honourable Heron has said, so that we get a broad view about the things that he have said, also with the people that are stakeholders in the process. So I had thought that, if there are questions allowed now, it's more clarity-seeking questions on what he has presented, but than mainly value judgments, Chair. So I just wanted to advise and actually ask you to just check on the nature of the questioning, because it may, end up, making this conversation very long, whilst we still have other presenters who may present and actually either affirm, or dispute what Member Heron is saying. So can we allow at least that particular process to also come in? Thanks, Chair.
I take your point, Honourable Nkondlo. Honourable...
Chairperson, may I make a comment on what Honourable Nkondlo said?
Yes.
I will just briefly say, I agree. I mean, Honourable Nkondlo makes a very valid point. My position cannot be to express an opinion here. What I'm doing is really sharing information that I have and received, and asking the committee to look at whether the land was needed, whether the price was correct, and whether the use can be achieved.
Oh, thank you very much, Honourable Heron. Honourable America.
Thank you, Chair. I think that the scope of the committee's mandate today has been expanded now by Mr. Heron, Honourable Heron. But be that as it may, three questions I'd like to ask, Chair. One relates to the initial one I asked in terms of the zoning of the Annandale farm. If Honourable Heron perhaps could, if he knows the zoning of that particular farm, it will assist us in determining whether the square meterage price, as indicated by himself, is fair. And secondly, Honourable Heron mentioned about Mr. Roundtree and him attending a particular meeting. It should be known that Mr. Roundtree was the executive support officer in Mr. Heron's office at the time, which equates to his personal secretary. He has no delegated authority to exercise any power within the city other than to execute certain instructions and certain duties as instructed by Mr. Heron. Therefore, I would say that the assertion on the part of Mr. Roundtree that there is political interference in the acquisition of the land is neither here nor there, and I don't think that I will place much reliance on it, because he was in no executive authority. That is purely an opinion based on his political association with Mr. Heron. Has also stated that he currently works in Mr. Heron's office in Parliament and is a member of Mr. Heron's party. So it can make the inference that it is more party political driven than anything else. Then thirdly, Mr. Heron mentioned that, Honourable Heron mentioned that the inflated price that was of the purchased property would amount to wasteful and fruitless and irregular expenditure. Now, who determines that? Does Mr. Honourable Heron determines whether it is irregular expenditure? Is it wasted and fruitless and wasteful expenditure? Because we don't have any sort of reference to evaluate it. And he may now say that, yeah, we have evaluations that will guide us and try to eliminate whether there's, overpriced, it's inflated price we pay for the property. But there's no, Chair, there's no evidence that was presented to this committee or in any report, be it to the City of Cape Town, to the Department of Human Settlements, or to the AGA, that there was an incurrence of fruitful and wasteful expenditure that amounted to irregular expenditure. So the AGA hasn't pronounced on it. So we cannot pronounce on it if the AGA hasn't done that. And thirdly, Honourable Heron was...
I thought you had your vote already.
Fourthly, last one. That it's an allegation that that in terms of the purchase price, that the city declined to buy the property because the price was too high. It was inflated. But what Honourable Heron neglected to mention to us is that at the time when the decision was made, certainly there wasn't money for it, because there was a fire in Izimuwetu and Masipulilelo. There was a fire and resources had to be directed towards relief for that particular eventuality that occurred at the time.
What point of order, Chair?
So,
look, Honourable Tego, just wait. Let's allow Honourable America to ask his questions.
Just to finish. At the end of the day, Chair, the decision for the city not to purchase the property was not based on the evaluation of the property or the purchase price. It's because at the time the city simply just didn't have the money. I'll pause there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable America. Honourable members, I think we took a long way before we came here, and our understanding actually was that we needed this meeting to take place so that we can put finality to this matter. Now, the way we've arranged the presentation is that we allowed the parties that were mentioned in the report to make their presentation, and thereafter we ask clarity-seeking questions from the presenters. Let's not argue the merit now. The merit, we will argue them in their absence. But I will really prefer, honourable members, let's just ask questions, those things that we are not clear on, and then as to whether the points that were presented here are right or wrong, let's leave that for discussion among ourselves as the committee. At the end of the day, we are the people that are going to make that determination as the committee, what is which and what is not. So can for now, just plead with you, just ask the presenters questions on issues where we are actually not clear on. Honorable Xhego.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I wish to agree with you because I thought in terms of processes, we were in a situation whereby we would get a presentation and ask clarity-seeking questions to the presenter so that we would gather more facts in order for us to come to a certain determination. But if not necessarily disqualify the questions that are raised, but I think that it's redirecting the meeting to a situation whereby now we are on conclusion. We want to make some conclusive understanding as to the presented presentation in front of us. Some of the questions that are raised are there not to seek clarity, but it is to damn the report and the presentation and discredit some of the critical elements that we want to clarity on in order to come to a certain conclusion. My appeal is that, Chair, if we can be able to ask clarity-seeking questions more than discredit the presentation and dismiss the evidence that is brought in front of us, because we're not yet at that stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Xhego. We are going to discuss this issue, honorable members, at length and probably ad nauseam as well. We will deal with the merit of the case, but without the presenters. I've had many messages being given to me in the past. Sometimes the messages that I sometimes receive, I don't like, but I don't shoot the messengers because I don't like the messages that they bring to me. I see now, I will allow if there are follow-up because I can see we've almost went to over an hour dealing with the issue of Honorable Heron. But I see Honorable Maseko and Honorable Nkondlo's hand are still up. Does that mean that are those follow-up questions?
No, sorry, Chair, I forgot to drop it.
Honorable Xhego?
No, sorry, I'm dropping mine as well.
Okay. Honorable America?
Mine is dropped. Sorry, Chair.
Okay. So that means that at least we've come to the end of asking. But Honorable Heron, there were some of the issues that were raised by Honorable America. Do you want to make any response or comments?
Yes, please, Chairperson. May I go ahead?
Yes.
So, Chairperson, I certainly my role here is not to get into a debate with Honourable America. I'm here to just give the evidence that I have, and it's for the committee to debate amongst themselves what happens with it. I'll go through the points that Honourable America raised. First of all, I'm not proposing that SCOPA expand its scope or its mandate. I'm asking SCOPA to do exactly what its mandate is, and that is to investigate the acquisition of land using public funds and whether the land was needed and whether the price was paid was fair and not inflated. And if they find the land was not needed or if the price was inflated, then that would by very definition be wasteful. And I think that does fall within the realm of SCOPA to investigate. He secondly asked me what the zoning of Annandale is. I don't know what the zoning of the Annandale farm was or is. I assume it was either agriculture or industrial given its location. I do make the point that I don't think it's that relevant because the land has to be rezoned in any event in order for human settlement purposes or mixed-use development to take place. Industrial land in the area is selling, according to the Owners Association, at 300 Rand a square meter, and agricultural land at about 150 Rand a square meter. So the pricing somewhere in between that makes sense. And Ms. Beliso is the expert. She was the director responsible for land acquisition. She says that they paid 225 Rand a square meter for Annandale, and that she felt that the racing park land was inflated at either value, at the lower value or the higher value, by twice. So no, it's not me saying whether the land was inflated or not. I presented you with the evidence being the memorandum from the official responsible for land acquisition. The question around Mr. Roundtree, I think it's wrong to conclude that Mr. Roundtree's evidence would be politically motivated. If you look at the initial complaint that I sent to you last year, you will see that all of Mr. Roundtree's correspondence, including to the Speaker of Council, was when he was still employed by the city and was the support officer after I left to Mayoral Committee member Felicity Purchase. So Mr. Roundtree, the only reason I raise Mr. Roundtree is that if the committee wants to investigate the role of politicians in this acquisition, Mr. Roundtree is a direct witness. He attended the meeting. I did not attend the meeting. He attended the meeting, and he can give evidence as to the conversation that took place at the meeting between Minister Madikizela and Mayoral Committee member Limburg. Honourable America asks who determines whether the price was inflated. I've presented the committee with evidence that the price was inflated. The price, according to Ms. Belisa, was inflated 2 or 3 times. The Owners Association is saying the price was inflated. There are valuations that were done, and I believe you're going to get evidence from the valuators, and they can, and you can interrogate those valuations. I know that Minister Simmers has said that there was a valuation at 33 million, and there was a valuation, I think, at 71 million. But he did say that the valuation at 33 million excluded one of the urban, and by implication, if he's saying that including that earth, the price was 64 million rand is fair, then that would make that one little earth part of this purchase, that land value is the same as Constantia land value. So you have to interrogate whether the price is inflated or not. I'm telling you the evidence that I have, and I've shared it with the committee, indicates that price was inflated.
You must
I think I've answered all of them.
I want you to round up now.
I'm done.
Thank you very much, then, Honorable Heron. Just from my side, man, Honorable Heron, you know, the report that you've submitted to us, I think it really was hinges on 2 things. That was political interference, as was mentioned by Honorable Maseko, as well as the inflation of the price of the property. I am a bit unsure, and I'm a bit unsatisfied about the fact that you seem not to have spent or commented on the issue of political interference, but you have mentioned that we needed that, if needs be, we needed to invite Mr. Roundtree, but that is the determination that must be done by the committee. That's just my concern around that. I am fairly satisfied on how you've presented yourself on the issue of inflation. I just wanted to ask the distance between, you've mentioned there was a development that I think it happened at Paden Island. I think it was proposed or objected by the city. I think you've mentioned something to do with Paden Island. Now, I just wanted to check what is the distance between that Paden Island and Dorenbach. And the other one, I wanted to check whether this, maybe there's, anyway, the department will also respond on this. The issue of the Annandale farm, it's now owned by the city. Has it always been owned by the city? I just want to, and maybe are you aware that did the department know about this ownership? Of course, it's a question I will also ask to the department as well. No, I think we are muted. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
I'm unmuted.
Yeah.
So, Chairperson, I presented in my initial complaint my concerns around political interference, and I shared the evidence that I have. The reason why I haven't covered it in my presentation, it should be clear from the initial information that I sent you. that the political interference allegation arises out of a meeting that I did not attend. So it would have been wrong for me, I think, to sit here and say and read the correspondence to you when you can call the people who were actually at that meeting and ask them about their role in the acquisition of this land. It was presented to me and I shared it with you because I'm a member of this parliament, but you can get direct evidence on whether there was political interference or not in the acquisition of the land from witnesses who attended that meeting. I did not attend it. The question around the distance, the reason why I raised Pardon Island is because, and it's in Tommy Brimmer's report, which is labeled objection. The question around Pardon Island is that Pardon Island is an industrial area, and a developer brought an application to the city to rezone it to allow residential purposes in an industrial area. And the city themselves recommended to the planning tribunal that the application be refused because the city is protecting industrial land because it creates opportunities for job creation. So Pardon Island, I guess, would be, as the crow flies, maybe 2 kilometers away from the site. I mean, it is on the west coast. It's the same sort of area. It's a well-established, Pardon Island is a well-established industrial area. The point really is that here you have urban that are acquired that are zoned for industrial purposes. In other words, to generate jobs when they are developed. And the department looking to rezone it for housing purposes, where the city has already taken a position that it wants to protect industrial land. So the reason I raise it is about the appropriate use of the land. When you are, as a committee, considering the acquisition of this land, you must surely consider, was the land needed? What was the price and was it fair? And can you use it? And I'm telling you that the Race Owners Association is saying we will not consent to the use of the land for residential purposes. That's my answer.
Okay. And the Annandale farm, it's owned by the city, ne? It's under the ownership of the city.
Yes, Chair. Sorry, I didn't answer that question. The Annandale farm was acquired by the city in 2017, I think. And you will see that it was already acquired when Ms. Beliso wrote her memorandum, which is Appendix 5, I believe. She references there that the city recently acquired Annandale Farm and paid 225 Rand per meter squared. So the land was owned by the city at the time that this racing park acquisition was done. And is still owned by the city. And as I say, it was acquired for the purposes of expanding Dunoon and de-densifying Dunoon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Heron. Honorable members, I think we have come to the end of questions and point of clarity from Honorable Heron. Let me make use of the opportunity to thank him for his availability for presenting himself. I think we are actually finished with you, Honorable Heron.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, honorable members, the next presentation now will be from in terms of the agenda, I think it's just got my agenda on the phone. It's the department. I see Honorable Batman's hand was up.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out quickly, do we have any legal persons from our WCPP online? Because there are some questions I have specifically to them based on the previous briefing that I would like to ask, but I would like to keep it to the end. But I just want to make sure if they are actually part and also listening to the briefing so that it is not like they all of a sudden don't know what is going on when I ask the respective questions.
Now, Mr. Davids, we did spoke about inviting a legal person from Parliament. I don't know whether we were successful with that in terms of asking is it Mr. or Advocate Leroux?
No, Chairperson.
I'm part of the meeting. It's Advocate Maastop here, and I have been watching proceedings since the beginning. Yes.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I'll keep my questions then to the end.
Thank you, Mr. Mastor.
Good, sir.
No, thank you very much. Thanks. I think I'm just trying to get through my agenda here. The next presentation will be actually in terms of the lineup it's HDA that we must get a presentation form, and the last will be the department. Human Development Agency, Housing Development Agency. Now, can I just request that the delegation introduce itself, and then after make the presentation, and then we'll ask questions after the presentation. HDA.
Hi, I'm Thando Mnguli.
Mr. Mbulawa.
Mnguli. This is Thando Mnguli, Chairperson.
Oh, okay. But I don't see you, Mr. Mnguli.
You don't see me? Did you put me on video?
I see there's a presentation on the.
Yes, we are going to be skipping to the presentation. Let me put the video on. Is the video on?
Okay. Okay. Just introduce yourself and your team, and thereafter continue with the presentation. HDA?
Chairperson, it looks like the department's mics are muted.
Yeah, because we can't hear.
Go to start again. Oh. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, Chair?
Yeah.
Chair, I'm Thando Mnguli, the Regional Manager for the Housing Development Agency, Regional Manager in New Cape for the Housing Development Agency.
Okay, Mr. Mnguli.
Good morning, Chair and members. Bosco Khoza from the HDA.
Good morning, Chair and members. I'm Lani Mbulawa, Provincial Manager for the Western Cape.
Okay, thank you. Is that all?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Chair? I want to make
yes,
sure that
yes.
So that
I can hear you, Mr. Mnguli.
Okay, of course. Just in a nutshell, I just want to tell you that the Housing Development Agency was very excited when they were given this task by the provincial government to be able to assist with regard to the acquisition of this piece of land. But we want to take you through the whole processes that were followed by the Housing Development Agency.
Sorry, Mr. Mnguli. Honorable Maseko, is your hand up?
Yes, Chair, my hand is up. Chair, Mr. Mnguli sounds from far and there's a bit of an echo. Can he go closer to the mic so that we can hear him? We'll appreciate that, Mr. Mnguli.
Can you hear me now, ma'am?
It's better.
It sounds a little, yeah, it's a little bit better.
Okay. I was saying that we are going to take you through the entire presentation on the activities that the HDA went to in order to be assisting the provincial government in securing the land parcels that was acquired. So it will be quite a lengthy exercise, so I would ask you to bear with us. Yeah, okay. I will run straight to the slide which actually tells you that the city of Cape Town recommended the approval to be granted by the Director of Property Management in terms of part of their prescripts, which is 34.5 of the council delegation as approved on the 29th of January 2014 as a delegation that actually said the need to be a purchase of that parcel of land. So this is not an incident that happened in 2017. It did not happen in 2018. It actually started when in 2014 the subject property was going to be utilized for the purposes of establishing public housing. The decision taken when? In 2014. The property details was approximately the 17.4 hectares in extent, with about 5.5 of those hectares located within the flood lines, meaning that approximately only 12 hectares was going to be developable. So it was actually acknowledged even at that time. This takes us now to the local. You said are they managing the presentation on the other side? I'm going to move now without this, because I don't see. Then I just want to take you through a chronological order of what actually happened from the period when the site was identified since 2017. In 2017, the Urban Integrated Development through Sustainable Urban Management branch received an offer to sell. We were actually advised that there was an offer to sell, and those are divisions within the city of Cape Town. The offer was based on a proposed development done by the landowner with a yield of 1,560 housing opportunities. The proposed purchase price for the land was approximately 88 million rand, inclusive of broker fees. The city, the response of the city offered to purchase the land at a market value of only 58 million rand, exclusive of value-added tax.
Sorry, Mr. Mngoni.
Yes.
Where is this presentation you are talking to?
Who's driving these documents there? SMG.
Honorable Mitchell?
It was not moving.
Good day, Chairperson, through you.
Sorry, honorable members. I see Honorable Mitchell's hand is up.
Chair, I will allow the procedural officer to speak to that, but I just wanted to say that in fact the presentation is up.
No,
but the procedural officer can speak to that. I only
see, for example, now what I see in front of me is the HDA accelerating the development of sustainable human settlement through land assembly. That's that is in front of me now. And when Mr. Mnguli was talking, none of what he was talking was in front of the screen.
Good day, Chairperson, through you, Mr. Mnguli.
Yes,
this is Lizette speaking.
Yes.
Do you want to operate the presentation from your side?
Yes, please.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll stop sharing. Okay.
Okay.
There we go. All sorted. You can share.
Let me keep it right next to me. So you can just push it to the slide in which I'm sitting. Is that the presentation?
I think this is our one. This one. Okay. Okay.
Go to the response from the city. Just go straight to that slide.
So the response from the city will be on page slide 10.
Yeah.
Slide 10, okay.
Sure. It's a whole project management thing. This thing. Is your slide now? What happened?
I put it on,
Did you delete
slide.
it?
I put it on slide.
Okay, it's coming up. Do they see on the other side?
Slide 10.
Now I see purpose of the presentation.
Move, Jackie. Move now.
Slide 10.
Slide 10. You go to response from the site.
Okay.
Pass.
That is slide 10.
No, Jackie, the slide must be like this. Pass.
Well, it takes yeah,
It's taking longer.
Taking.
Are we there now?
Yeah.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Maseko.
Okay, if the HDA and the department, they can mute their video and just use so that we don't see them, we see the only presentation, because usually with this system, the Teams, Microsoft, you'll find that when there's a lot of videos that are open, it is sort of a struggle for all of us to be able to work nicely. So. Yeah. So the speaker will be perfect until they finish with the presentation.
Can I suggest, if HDA is not ready yet, while they are still trying to sort out the problem, is the department ready?
No, we are ready, Mkwegas.
We both sit together.
We are sitting. We are even sitting together in the same boardroom.
Now, okay.
Ready. Do you have copies of the presentations in front of you so that we go through the presentation?
Okay, you see, what we have, Mr. Mngulin, is that if we can, like what I see in front of me, there's a picture that says purpose of the presentation. Is that part of your presentation?
No, we passed that on the computer here. We are already away from there. We are on slide 10, which says a response from the city, which I wanted to take you through.
Okay, Chair,
yes.
Is it fine if I can share, Chair, because I've got it here? Then as Mr. Mnguli then
Let's
go
try
along, then
your
he can
slide,
just and then he can just say next slide, so that I can move the slide.
Thank you. I'm on the response from the city.
Yes. Okay, so there we go. There's the response from the city. Can you see it?
Yes, yeah. Response chronology of events. Okay, yes.
I was on the chronology of the events. Now I was on the response of the city.
Okay.
The city offered to purchase the land at a market value of about 58 million, exclusive of VAT, but inclusive of the broker's commission as determined by the city's professional valuer. The city argued that the market value of the listed Ervens was determined after conducting a comparative market analysis of other properties sold in the open market. The highest use potential and physical attributes. Adjustment made from the value perspective, particular reference is made to aspects relating to the location, to zoning, and market demand. On 25 of July 2017, this offer was rejected by the landowner when the city responded with that amount of 58 million. Can we go to the next slide? The next slide says what the owner argued. The owner argued the money was spent servicing the land for roads construction, etc., and would only break even in the event that they are paid in the region of approximately 77 million. That was a communique sent by the owner to the city. The response from the city after they've received that communique, based on the above, the city revised its offer. The city revised its offer to 64 million, whereby it was argued that the road and the surrounding infrastructure were taken into cognizance. So the city softened up on the probability that they didn't like it at the offer, and they said they think that 64 million rand, when they put into consideration that there is roads infrastructure, there are certain services that are there, then they revised it and accepted 64 million. This offer was communicated to the seller on the 4th of October 2017 and on the 12th of October 2017. Next slide. Are you still with me, Chairperson?
Yes.
Okay. This brings me now to the exercise on a chronological events, now that we are coming now to where the provincial government comes in, the Provincial Department of Human Settlements. In an email dated the 19th of April, an email dated 19 April, we have a whole dossier. You can have I think we did send that whole dossier from MMC Informal Settlements, Water and Waste Services and Energy, outlined the resolution with our then MEC, that the Western Cape Provincial Department of Human Settlements will pursue the purchasing of the Doornbach land. They were referring to that land, the land in question, located next to informal settlements within the noon, in light of the fact that this is TDA compatible. It was transport development aligned and does not have funds available for both this year and the future years. That's what they said, because they were busy in other areas like Masiphumelele and Imizamo Yethu. So you wanted the land. This brings us now to the next line. The Department of Human Settlements, Western Cape, provincial government, and the agency have concluded an implementation protocol where the agency was appointed to do a variety of things. In April 2018, the province requested the HDA to purchase the land parcels as was actually instructed, which is the parcels of land in question. In terms of the current IP, all properties are required to be registered in the HDA name, but held in trust for and on behalf of the province, pending development. So the land parcels, those parcels of land have been purchased and is held in trust by the Housing Development Agency for the province needs. Now I want to take you to the next slide, which talks to the Milnerton Properties acquisition, the entire process and the timelines, so that everybody understands that all of this didn't happen overnight. On the 25th of June 2012, the implementation protocol was signed by province and the Housing Development Agency. On the 23rd April 2018, the letter requesting acquisition of land was actually received. Pre-acquisition feasibility was finalized, and on 29 May 2018, evaluation report was finalized. There were valuers appointed, and they did evaluation of that parcel of land, and they advised. On the 10th of July 2018, negotiations for the land acquisition meeting was actioned. On 11 July 2018, the offer letter sent to the landowner On the 12th of July 2018, the letter of acceptance was sent to the landowner. In August 2018, approval by the province. In August 2018, HDA board approval was also received. On the 14th of May 2018, funding agreement was finalized. In September 2018, the sale agreement finalized and closed. On the 8th of February 2019, the transfer of the Ervens to the state, to the people who bought it, was actually finalized. So the land is in our custody, in trust for the provincial government, for nothing else but human settlement purposes. The agency commissioned 2 independent valuers to assist with the determination of a fair market-related valuation. Therefore, a fair compensation for the properties. Below, in summary, let me take you through what they were. We received 2 valuations. One was from a company called Tashoma, Tashoma Property Valuers, that actually said the value of those properties is about 71.54 million rand. The second valuer said it was 33 million rand, but the second valuer made an error. However, the price negotiations and what we have accepted to buy the parcel of land for was actually 66 million. That brings you to the valuation. Now, there's an issue about the one who said 33. There was a boo-boo in him, because even though that is the last, close to last slide, on the part of that one, the 64 million rand, since the Erven 35135 and 35176 was excluded from the first purchase. It's important to note that both the valuations applied a rate between 600 and 700 for the different Ervens, the rate per square meter. The rate per square meter purchased for this industrial land, this is a deemed industrial. Industrial land is generally not very low, it's quite expensive because, and in particular when it's service, is between 600 and 700 per square meter for the different Ervens. However, the major difference is that the equator valuation assumed that the biggest portion, namely the remainder of ERF 38368, measuring plus minus 12 hectares, is not zoned industrial. That's where the boo-boo was. But when you actually consider that they have actually that it was industrial, then they realize that it was supposed to have been calculated as industrial. It is further important to note that the agreed prices of the 66 million is based on 11.6 hectares. The 66 million purchase is based only on the 11.6 hectares, which is not affected by the 50-year floodline pass there. Under the circumstances, it is submitted the amount a note of 568 per square meter, which is a fair market value for the rezoned land parcel. This brings us to the end of our presentation as the Housing Development Agency. So we gave you everything we know. This presentation is actually accompanied by documents that are a dossier that is so huge that you need a wheelbarrow to carry. And that's what I can say, Chairperson. Are you still there, Chair?
Yes. Honorable members, there is the presentation that has been made by the HDA. I see there's a couple of hands. Can I start with Honorable Mitchell, then followed by Honorable Maseko, then followed by Honorable Bartman, Honorable America, and Honorable Nkondlo. Can we do it, members, in that order? Honorable Mitchell.
My apologies. I didn't lower my hand. I don't have any questions now.
Okay. Honorable Maseko.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And again, thanks, Mr. Mguli. It's good to hear your voice again for your presentation. Listen, I just want something. On the last slide, Dustin, can you put in the last slide of the where it indicates the amount per square meter of this between 600 and 700 per square meter? Because I see it says there on the Roman figure 2, it is important to know that. And it says, however, the major difference is that the Equitas valuation assumed that the biggest portion, namely the remainder of F38368. And you talked again on 64.6 that 35175 and 35176 was excluded from the final purchase. So I just want to find out the square meters of the excluded one, because it will tell us if there was an inflation. The basic that we wanted to hear, I think with other members, they'll agree with me, of the per square meter from both evaluators, they are in the same brackets. But I just want to find out that with the exclusion of those two Ervens from the final purchase, what was the total of the square meters for these transactions? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Maseko. Mr. Mguli.
Okay, thank you. I will actually ask Pumlani Mbulawa, who's our provincial director at the Housing Development Agency, to respond to Mema Seko's question. Pumlani.
Mr. Mbulawa.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Maseko. The two Erven on that slide are 0.4 hectares in extent. They did not affect the agreed initial purchase. They are currently on hold now because of the litigation, and we have an effective transfer of those two properties. The original, the total extent that was acquired was 17.4 hectares, of which 5.8 is affected by a wetland is below the 50-year flood line. So when we were negotiating with the sellers, we only paid for 11.6 hectares, which is developable and is zoned as industrial land. So you would find out that when you a hectare is 10,000 square meters. So if you multiply the 11.6 by 10,000 square meters, and you divide them by the agreed purchase price, you would come to a square meterage rate of 568 per square meter. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Ngozi Mhlekazi. Thank you. Honorable Maseko? Oh, you finished. So sorry. Then the next one is.
Yeah, Chair, thank you very much. It was just a clarity on that one.
Now, Honorable Bartman.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also really glad that HDA gave us the calculations at the end there, because I was also busy quickly doing my own calculations on Google and my calculator here quickly. But thank you very much. So I just want to find out the valuations. I just want to understand the process when you commission valuators. Is it a tender process? Do you just appoint people? How does that work specifically? Based on the calculations that you mentioned then at the end, it seems that both the Equitas one after the error and the what is the other name, Tashoma one, is essentially similar, the valuations, and that seems also to be very, very similar to the city valuation as well. And then I just wanted to find out, when you look at the valuation and whether to purchase, how do you make the decision then, okay, yes, you're purchasing, what are those factors that you take into account? And then third,
warm, my darling. I told you.
Sorry, someone else also.
Someone his mic is not muted. We can hear them talking in the background. Okay. Proceed, Honorable Advocate.
Thank you. And I just want to understand, because it says, or they say that both have now been purchased and held in the trust. So I want to understand now, does the land now belong to HDA or who specifically, because it's belonging in trust, so who specifically does the land belong to now? Thank you.
HDA? HDA?
Let me start.
HDA? Mr. Mguli.
You hear me?
Yeah, buyile ngoku mhlekazi buka waqhawe.
Okay, okay. When you say something is held in trust, you say that there's somebody who is like a trustee who's holding that parcel of land on behalf of someone. Now that land is in trust in HDA, but the land was purchased with resources derived from the provincial government, so it is provincial government land. But it is held in trust by who? By the Housing Development Agency for all housing development needs within the boundaries of the province. So the same will apply when maybe another municipality, maybe in George or in Knysna or in City of Cape Town, they ask the agency to buy the land, will hold it in trust on behalf of that sphere of government. So we are trustees. That's it. So it is owned by the, if you want to actually add the asset register of the provincial government, you can add those parcels. They can add those parcels as assets owned by the provincial government, held in trust by the Housing Development Agency. So it is part of that. Then you ask, how are we procuring things in the Housing Development Agency? We advertise. We advertise for valuers in the prescribed manner of going for appointment of service providers. Now, if it's urgent, you follow the traditional urgent limited bidding process. If it's maybe having them on panel, you put them on a panel and you use them on a need to have basis. And that's what actually you usually do when you actually appoint a panel of valuers or service providers who provide any kinds of services to the Housing Development Agency. And in addition, you are asking, how do they determine? How did they come up to the decision? These valuers, I will ask Umlani or maybe Bosco to actually speak to that. Bosco, person to respond briefly. Bosco Khosa.
Thank you, Chair, members. Maybe just to emphasize the point that the securing of services of valuers by the agency is based on, as Mr. Mguli explained, following a transparent process of procurement and then retain them as a panel. The other point to emphasize is that because these are professional valuers, any contestation around their valuation process is governed by their professional association, which means if there's any doubt in terms of the quality of work that they've rendered, it will still be open to scrutiny. The third point is that we've facilitated that if need be, the valuer would avail himself to be able to provide even further clarity to members. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, Kumlani Mkawa speaking. The Housing Development Agency in the Western Cape follows a standard operating procedure which follows a 9-step process with 5 segregation areas to ensure that transparency and professionalism is followed. On receipt of the instruction from the department, our town planners within the Western Cape will conduct a feasibility and pre-acquisition assessment of those properties and physically visit those sites. Thereafter, the Western Cape will formally send a request for acquisition of those properties to our land unit, which is in Johannesburg. Then we, as the land units, would get a report from them. What process they follow is they commission valuers. This process normally takes 3 weeks to commission those valuers. We would then say we would want valuers with knowledge of the Western Cape housing market. They would also hold negotiations. We normally allow 2 weeks for this process. On conclusion of those negotiations, the Western Cape would then come back on board as we would compile a document called a PID document. This would allow the department to basically assess the submissions from the land and our planners, and on approval of that, a funding agreement is signed. This is then taken to our board for approval before any monies are transferred to for the acquisition of the property. I would also like to add a disclaimer. As presented by the Honourable Brett Heron, the correspondence dated the 7th of November 2017, written by Mr. Lwazi Nobaza, nobody, including the department and HDA, has ever seen the valuations from the city. And ironically, we came to pretty much the same market value.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, may I ask a follow-up, or must I wait to the end of the line as well?
Please, let's finish the line first, Advocate.
No problem. Thank you. I will wait.
Honorable America.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've got 2 questions. One being, if Mr. Magulu could possibly state whether in his opinion there were any political pressure exerted on the HDA, either from the Mayor of Cape Town, Mr. Lil at the time, the MMC for Informal Settlements, Ms. Lindbergh, the Minister, Mr. Mdikizela, and or any other Premier or any other political person that could exercise influence at the time to purchase that particular parcel of land. Secondly, Chair, were the HDA aware of possible encumbrances upon that particular piece of land at the time of purchase, i.e. the zoning, of course, is industrial, and secondly, that it would require permission from an owners association to have the zoning sort of change to enable housing development to take place. And then lastly, any other, who's responsible for paying the levies that are due to the Homeowners Association? Is that the department or is the HDA responsible? And from the evidence led by Honourable Heron, that there is an outstanding amount of 300,000 Rand for levies, who is responsible for that particular amount? Thank you, Chair.
That's a very loaded question, Honourable America.
Welcome.
Thank you, Thank you. Thank you, Honourable. The answer is there was no political interference whatsoever. This was purely administratively driven. The only thing that we got is find a solution for Dunoon and the crisis that people are creating around the railway line. So we looked everywhere. Now the parcels that you had presented there, we did ask for any parcel of land available. We had no choice to go and look for property in the private sector. Before we go to private sector land as this department, we started by starting to look in what government first owned. Municipality, province, provincial public works, national public works, whoever. Then the issue of going to private sector is usually our last resort. And that's what actually happened. There was no political influence whatsoever. Yes, we did take them to show them so that you know that if you are accountable to a political principal as an accounting officer, you take the premier to say, this is the land that I'm talking about. What is your take? Go for it. You take the minister, this is the land that I'm talking about. What is your take? Are you with me? Then they will say, go for it. You take the MMC, this is the land that I'm talking about. What is your take? Go for it. And then after you come back to the office and you go for it. Are you with me? So there was no political influence to put pressure on what we do, but as an official, as much as you look, you still need to account to your principals and say, this is what I'm looking for. This is what we are looking at. And this piece of land in question is actually a piece of land that was deemed to be absolutely TOD aligned. It is the right parcel of land to purchase. It responded to the City of Cape Town's development agenda in terms of TOD at the time. Are you with me? And because it was next to public transport, it was next to rapid to industries, it was to commercial activities, and allowed the integration that we were talking about. This parcel of land was going to make everything the provincial government talks about in the city of spatial integration, integrating people of different incomes, mixed use, mixed income. This was it. This is it. Nothing else. This is it. This is the ideal parcel to do it. Because the industry is there, the upmarket is there, people of different income groups are there. Then the next question was, were there any encumbrances? When you buy a parcel of land of this size, and you buy a parcel of land of this magnitude, you understand that you will have to walk the walk with the surrounding communities. It's never easy. We have, the provincial government and the city, have completed development on all easy projects. All easy projects were done and asphalted. Completed, there's nothing left. Every easy project is pushed through. The only projects left in this province, Western Cape, is the complicated ones. And this is one of them. Hoodby is another one. There's others and others and others. So every project that is left are all the complicated ones with complicated, because you need to do spatial integration, you bring unfamiliar communities to other areas, you bring people closer to industry, you need to appease industry and you appease communities. Are you with me? We need to open up the economy, you need to remove people from a railway line. If you don't do it, they stay on the railway line. Economy will remain closed. So if you want to do it, all of these things are interrelated, because we had to actually make sure that we remove the people from where they reside and bring them into a development. And this development was the answer. So we knew that we need to appease the landowners in close proximity. That's why we said, we'll ask what they need, walk the walk with them. They may feel a bit nervous, I mean, like any other person. I mean, something is new. They may feel a bit nervous, but we need to demonstrate to them there was no malice intended on the part of the Housing Development Agency, nor on the part of the provincial government. We will make sure that there is coexistence between business and the citizenry, and we wanted to build the type of infrastructure we wanted to build there was going to be of such high quality that it actually will be an exemplar of this is how you can integrate people to industry of this stature. So we anticipated that. The issues about the levies, it's not here and not there, because if you think about it, this project, the Dunoon one, We always said it was going to be not high density. We said high density extraordinary. The intention is, as much as it was, we are going to do it high densities for people of different income groups, buyers, plus open market, CRUs, slightly BNG, mixed use. The very same people who are working in those industries would have resided there. And we actually had an estimated target of far higher than the amount that we are talking about of what that land will yield. We would have actually got the return for the investment. Hence we said, yes, the amount may have been high, but the quantity of the survey would be justifiable for the amount of money that was spent for that land. So yes, there are encumbrances, we are dealing with it, but it's usually what actually happens when you deal with complicated projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable American. Thank you, Mr. Mguli. Honorable Ngondo.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps Member America must switch off his video because he gets to expose his bias. Because one, you could see how he was very happy with the input of Mr. Mguli. I think even the smile was actually giving him up, different to how he was interacting with Member Heron. So maybe really in this online thing, we can save ourselves, you know, when we hide.
Which side you
when
are?
we hide our bias. Chair, let me get back to the questions that I have. I think partly some have been answered, because I appreciate the view, which is a view of Mr. Mguli about the merits of the matter. As he says, there was no according to him. And I think that must be left to us as the committee to determine. And I appreciate his view based on the technical information that he's presenting to us. The point here, Chair, I want to ask is that Mr. Mguli, in his presentation, I think once again, is very emphatic on the point that the process started long in 2014, I think 29 January, you know, if I heard him correctly, when he provided the chronology of events to how we got to this point. Now, my question is that, given that this process of acquiring this land was placed in 2014, 4 years later, only on the 19th of April, through the MMC communique that he mentions, where there is an undertaking that actually this particular parcel of land must be purchased. You know, that is my understanding according to what he said, and he can correct me. If he does have knowledge, or maybe that could be a question to the city, but if he does have the knowledge, what is the reason that could have taken 4 years in actually pondering, if my English is right, pardon me, English is not my first language, but which could have actually led to almost 4 years dealing with this particular matter. But interestingly, only from this 19th of April to actually, I think the board approval is said to have taken place 4 months later from April, if my mathematics or arithmetic is correct. It's about 4 months later in August 2018 that the board did approve. If he can explain to me, and pardon me, I'm not a housing specialist, so he must pardon me there, you know, to understand what could be the reason behind this kind of delay. 4 years from when the conversation about this parcel of land, the importance of acquiring and purchasing this for public houses, you know, it took 4 years to the point where indeed there was a decision now that to actually start processing this matter. and 4 months later, the actual transaction is completed. And I'm raising this in context to one of the questions of what brought this particular case here, that there was a Siyahlala protest that we are told took place in Dunoon around February 2018. And Mr. Mguli tells us that the conversation about the need to purchase this parcel of land was already in January 2014 for public houses. What could have been the reasons, you know, for all of these delays in the process? And again, in that question, if Mr. Mguli and his team can share with us that what could have been, if they do have knowledge, or we may ask the City of Cape Town, because in that communique that he refers to, we are told that the TDA, I think, I don't have it in front of me now, the TDA does not have the funds. What could have been the reasons for the TDA do not have, you know, the funds, and also into the future for this particular obligation that they needed to fulfill? If I may be educated or be made aware of the reason behind that. And then my last one, Chair, is again on the evaluations. And I think the other colleague made mention, because I wanted to check whether did HDA, outside of their own evaluations, the 2 evaluations that they are making, one, did they receive the city's valuation, which actually got them to make the offer of 58 million, which was rejected by the owner, to the 77 million. How did the city arrive at that? Did they get the valuation, and do they have the copy of the valuation of the city? But if I'm understanding, it's as if, and maybe Mr. Mguli can actually help me here, it's as if that valuation, according to the other colleague from HDA, was saying they didn't have. I'm not sure whether I'm correct to have heard him saying that. And the second point in the evaluation itself is that maybe if you can explain to me, I struggled a bit, and once again, pardon me, I'm not a property specialist by training. So if you can just explain to me, because he says there was a boo-boo with the second valuator, which evaluated the land to 33 million because it didn't take into cognizance the industrial aspect and everything else. If you can again explain to me that, you know, in a much more simpler language that I can understand, of that particular evaluation, which actually them as the HDA, I think, came to the final figure of 66 million rand. So I think for me, for now, Chair, these are the just the questions that I have to the HDA. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkondlo. HDA.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to say that the reason for the delays since 2014 for us to actually end up starting to do something between 2018 to 2019 and 2020 is because of the project was not in our hands as the provincial government, as though that the provincial government knew at the time of what's happening with regard to the purchases of the land. It was a city initiative. The provincial government only kicked in after there was too much crisis, which was in 2017, 2018. We expected that the city would have driven it and attend to it, and our focus was on other critical projects down the corridor, but that one was in the hands of the city. But the city, at the time that they actually brought it to our attention, ultimately after negotiating with the developer, said, province, please pursue it, because currently we don't have the money. We will, you pursue it. So they did actually give it to the province to continue with the development. The other reasons I want to know is because maybe of financial constraints and the pressures in other areas. That is for the city to answer. The issues about the valuation, I would like to give that also again to Phumlani to respond to those. Phumlani,
Thank you, Mr. Mbuli. Through you, Chair. I think I did touch on this on my previous response. And I think just to concretize it, I will refer the meeting to their report. I think it's Appendix 5. It's a correspondence dated the 7th of November 2017. Even the internal department in the city of Cape Town does not have access to the valuations that were done by the city. So the HDA nor the department have never seen the valuations that were done by the city. They are still with their property management department. Cool. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
The boo-boo of the valuer who actually valued the 33 million, can you just elaborate more? In plain language, in plain simple language.
What the area that was done by the valuer, the 11.6 hectares that is actually zoned industrial, he valued it at 200 per square meter at a rate, which is the rate that is implemented for in farmland and not industrially serviced land. In the beginning of all these evaluation reports, you would see that both evaluators used a rate of 600 to 700 rand per square meter for industrial land. What we were able to negotiate them down to is a rate of 568 rand 96 cents per square meter, which you can calculate. A hectare is based on 10,000 square meters. It's basically a high school rugby field. So if you multiply 11.6 hectares, which we paid for, at the agreed rate of 66 million, you would get to 116,000 square meters. So if you divide 66 million by 116,000, you would get a square meters rate of 568, which is even lower than the going industry rate used by the independent evaluators. Thanks, Chair.
Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Xhego.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Mine is one. I think I'm covered by previous speakers in terms of point of clarities that I needed. But mine is one. There was a report that the city of Cape Town owned one of the portions of land as far as 2014 from the two sites that Honorable Heron referred to previously in his presentation. But now I wanted to check from HDA if they were aware about any government land owned either by the city or by the provincial government in that vicinity, where I think the dispute is all about that. There were two other properties that were around, and of which there was no necessity for HDA and the provincial government to secure other portions of land. Now, I wanted to understand clarity in that regard. Is there any knowledge from HDA about any portion of land owned by the city of Cape Town in that vicinity? Thank you.
The answer, Mkhwekazi, is yes. As we said, before we even think about private land and purchasing and buying, we start looking first internally within the human settlements family, in the provincial government's family, in the housing development agencies family. Go to the city, look at whether the city has, and when land is not yours, you first request, and then the person will say, I have a commitment for it, I cannot give it to you. You may raise your voice, you may persuade, you may charm, and the person says that I have a program for that piece of land. Are you with me? You may win and then they give it to you. You may lose and then they don't give it to you. And then if they don't give it to you, the next option for you is go private. And this is what actually happened here. We knew every parcel of land in that old geographical area. Are you with me? So we exhausted all, and then we ended up going the route of buying. HDA knows all parcels of land. And so did the provincial government. They did look at first, government land is usually first point of call, then other organs of state, and then you think about buying Usually buying of land is the last resort after you have exhausted all. So we knew about the parcels of land. They had plans for those parcels of land.
If I may add there, Chair Pumlani speaking, I think let's respond specifically to the parcel of land that was raised, which is Potsdam. It currently falls under the Directorate of Rihanna Pretorius. So at the time we inquired what plans did the city have, and their response reads that the current land parcel is earmarked for human settlements by the city, so they wouldn't have let it go for this particular initiative. Thank you, Chair.
Ngozi Pumlani. Honorable Advocate.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think it's more follow-up clarity, just so that I can understand everything. And I apologize if something has already been answered and it's being repeated. It's just so that I, in my layman understanding, can understand. Because I also don't sit on Human Settlements Committee, for example. Okay. So if my understanding is correct, 1, the process of purchasing land has been explained to us obviously in the slides, and it was followed, and I saw that on the slides. 2, quote, professional bodies, unquote, then obviously evaluated the land after a, quote, transparent process of procurement, quote, closed, which was what was said by HTA. And those two professional bodies, obviously Tashoma and Equitas. 3, HTA didn't see the City of Cape Town valuation. The province didn't see the City of Cape Town evaluation, but HTA came to the same valuation. So if your apple is 5 Rand and you came to a 4.98 Rand valuation, that's approximately similar valuation, and that's because they used Tashoma and Equitas, and Equitas obviously corrected the error after they redid their calculations. 4, HTA then negotiated for 598 Rand per square meters for industrial service land, which is actually, according to my calculations, 2 below the market value, because the market value for such type of land is between 600 and 700 Rand per square meter. Then 5, the valuators are governed by professional body. Then 6, if a valuation is contested, I just want to know, where does that contestation go to? Does it go to their professional body? Does it go to court? Where does that go to? Okay. Then 7, there's a view by HTA, there was no political interference. And then 8, and perhaps this is a question for our legal advisor for later, is now what? Because to my view then, there is no information put forward then for the political interference. There's no evidence then of this inflation because all of the evaluations are then the same. 3, the land was then not purchased by the City of Cape Town in the end. It's held in trust by HTA, and the evaluators are by a professional body if one wants to contest, contest inflation also. So I just want to then understand, according to HTA, if there's a contestation, where does such contestation go to? And 2, do they agree with my understanding of this process and facts that I've now put forward, just so that I can make sure that I am on the same page? I apologize if I'm repeating. I just want to make sure that I am in the same WhatsApp group as everyone else. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Advocate.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I check?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mr.
I just want to say I am in the same WhatsApp group in terms of the content with the advocate. Everything she has said compared.
Okay. Thank you.
And the advocate seems to understand. The board that you need to, there is a, for every profession, there is a council or a board. Are you with me? So there will be a board for valuers, where in the event that you feel aggrieved, that you can take them to. However, in the event that we feel that we were actually treated badly, we can even take them to court and sue them. But if you want to do it professionally, you usually exhaust first all the professional bodies, and you do it humanely. The last resort is to say, in the event that a person made an error and I want our money back, are you with me? We will actually sue the person. And that's what we usually do. You can sue the person, you can freeze their assets, we can do everything that actually is to say will take you to task for the decision you have made. But the first point of call is the humane one, is to say that if I feel uncomfortable with what you performed, I'll take you to your professional body. And your professional body will bring independent people to evaluate your actions. And then thereafter, it follows those steps. So it's a long process. So yes, we will go to the professional bodies first. There are councils, there are professional bodies, and all professional bodies in the built sector are under the National Department of Public Works as a ministry. So we will take them to the professional bodies if need be. And that's it. And if we want money back from them, we'll sue them. Hence, every professional must actually always submit what we call a professional indemnity insurance to get guarantees. So we are quite comfortable. We accept all the summary that the advocate gave. We concur.
Thank you, Mr. Mngud. I think there seems to be no other hands from honorable members. Just from my side, HDA.
Raise my hand, Chair.
You want the follow-up?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Ngondo.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps I may land in this WhatsApp group of the advocate. I'm still not there yet. I just wanted to ask from the HDA. I wanted to ask from the HDA if they can respond on the assertion made by Member Heron in his submission regarding the consent of the owners association that is needed for that parcel of land. I hear that Mr. Mgule does indicate that the transfer has already been done and all of that. Member Heron speaks about some consent that is required. Can they perhaps just give a reflection on that matter, Chair? Thank you.
HDA.
Of course, Chairperson. We are quite aware about that one. Yes, usually in anything that you buy into which looks like an apartment or a complex that is closed, usually have body corporates. It happens. And what we are saying, we are moving those routes now because we are talking about bringing about integrated human settlements, which means we'll go to body corporates, we'll go to sectional titles, we'll go into apartment living, and we'll go to areas that are actually like those where it is like a security complex-ish neighborhood, which is very ideal. We understand that they may have rules. We understand that they may have certain prerequisites. We will see to it on conditions that it doesn't trump negatively on the human rights. We will adhere to it. Where it does, we may not necessarily comply to it. We are an organ of state. We will actually look into all the requirements thereof and make sure that we actually adhere to those that are not in violation of human rights. We will only adhere to those. Where they are that are violating human rights, we'll do everything in our power to take it to the highest court in the land to contest it. Because we cannot accept a situation where a person says that we are not going to accept that. We will do everything that we can as an entity to make sure that there's fairness, there is embracing of all humanities, there is respect for their rights, but there's respect for the rights of others as well. So that's what we are intending to do. We sense, yes, they are supposed to give approvals, but we applied in the procedural manner. Was it province or was it us that applied for planning approval? Was province. So province applied in the procedural manner for the development to take place. But the application is meant, it's already submitted. The application is meant to go to the city, another sphere of government, not to the body corporate. It is for the city. The city have the right to actually accept comments from everybody living in the neighborhood, which is fair, including the body corporate there. So they have the rights to say that, yes, we have no objections for the development to happen on conditions that you build a fence. We have no objections to do the development on conditions you give us more lighting. We have no objections for you doing the development on conditions there's no person who's selling drugs or alcohol in this neighborhood. They can do that. Now, it is for the city to sit down and to do the evaluations of those. In the city, there's planning approval committees and tribunals, so that when people can express whatever feeling they have. And it is the mayor's prerogative, ultimately, to make a decision, to say planning approval granted with the following conditions, planning approval grant or rejected. So that's where we are now.
Sorry, Chair, Rani Mbulawa speaking, if I may just add and send a personal invite to the Honorable Nkondlo into this WhatsApp group. Consent was given by the Racing Park Development Owners Association and signed in Belleville on the 30th of November by the developer. This was even prior to 3 months prior to the HDA paying for those parcels of land. So we did get consent through the transferring attorney. Thank you, Chair.
Is there a copy of that, Chair? That can be shared with us?
Yes. Oh, sorry, through you, Chair. Yes, yes, Honorable. It's part of the pack. We can just distribute that.
Send the wheelbarrow then, Chair. I think we're told that send the wheelbarrow.
Chair, Honorable Nkondlo is out of order. I mean, it should be a resolution of the committee. Thank you.
What?
Oh, you are not happy now with?
No, we are. If you want that to be part of the look, if it's in the package, we will get it anyway. But then, if it's not, we must get it.
Add it.
Yes. Yeah, because that's basically the request. Now, in the absence of further questions, I wanted just to check from HDA, because then what is interesting also then,
Chair,
some of the
I see Member Bartman's hand is up.
Member Bartman?
Sorry, I lowered my hand because I was just asking, I wanted the official just to repeat, because I was completely thrown off by when the answer was given to Honorable Nkondlo. So the consent was given by the association before the purchase of the land. And there's a document with the consent on it.
Yes, that's
that
the answer.
correct?
That's the answer we are given. That answer was given to the positive.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I will take into consideration when we do resolutions later, because yeah, it's been a whole day.
No, look, I just wanted to check. You see, what I was saying is that what is good, some of the question I asked from the HDA, I will also might automatically ask them as well to the department as well. So if maybe the department, because they are also present, can also bear those in mind. And the fact that also we know Mr. Mguli was also at the department before, so he's also in a much better position also to answer as well. Now, there is something, maybe it's something we must also talk about, maybe as a committee on our own. this unavailability of this valuation from the city of Cape Town. I think I've heard Mr. Mbulawa mentioning a number of times that there was a valuation that was done, but for some reason nobody managed to have access to that. But when we sit maybe as a committee, we must deliberate on that. Then I think I heard Mr. Mbulawa saying that, I think you talk about originally 70 hectares. I think you did mention something to the effect of 70 hectares, but we've only paid for 11 hectares of the land. And then the 64 million rand is for 11 hectares of the land. Did I get you correctly, Mr. Mbulawa?
Chair, if I may, the total extent of the parcels of land is 17.4.
Oh, 17, not 70. Oh, 17.
Yeah, 17. And the total extent which we paid for is 11.6. Only the developable portion we paid for, but we have ownership of the total extent of 17.4 hectares.
So what happened to the 6? Who owns the 6?
We own the difference. We didn't pay for it, but we own it.
So although the land is say 17, I think we said 17.5, but you only paid for 11 hectares. So you were, in other words, you were given the other 6 hectares for free.
Yes, Chair, because it's undevelopable, it's under a 50-year flood line, so we would do social amenities, something to the effect of that parcel.
Okay. Now, also maybe this question might be answered by you, it might also be answered by the department. In the letter of Honorable Heron, he keeps on mentioning Potsdam, the land at the corner of Potsdam Road. Now, that land is still there and is still vacant. What, in view of the fact that you did mention in your presentation, you do consider other land around that are available that could have been used, why was that land not considered? And secondly, maybe attached to that, why has this land that has already been bought also not been utilized? Because some of the issues that were also raised by Honorable Heron was the fact that there was at first urgency, then there was also emergency. So why has we not utilized these lands? I'm going to stop there.
Thanks, Chair. Through you, the Potsdam parcel of land, as reported, we initially approached the city. The directorate that's currently responsible, it is under Rihanna Pretorius. The city responded that they have earmarked it for their own development. I cannot comment on to how long they are going to take to action that. I think the city will then respond on when they get the opportunity and platform to do it. Two, I think I'll let the other members around the table touch on, because I think the Honorable Vet is dealing with 2 different instances. The implications of COVID and the developments that we are doing there, and the Section 68 of the fast tracking of 69, sorry, of emergency housing is 2 different things, and I don't think that was something that was brought into the scope of platform. Sure.
Okay. No, thank you very much for that. I think Jackie's hand is up, and I see Honorable Maseko's hand is up. Let's start with Honorable Maseko.
Chair, I suspect that maybe the HOD of Human Settlement will respond more on the Potsdam land parcel, because I know there is one of the things that we inquired in human settlement, and that piece of land under the directorship of Brett Herron, I remember it was going to be used
Honorable Brett Herron.
Honorable Brett Herron was going to be used for the post-dam transport interchange plans. So that is why he didn't want it to be used for human settlement. But I think HOD can add more to that if there's something that I like.
HOD.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members. The housing need in Dunoon is some 14,000 households living in Dunoon and surrounding settlements, like Joe Slover, Doornbach is included. And when we look at a pipeline of projects, or when we look at addressing the housing need, we have to look at what resources are available. As indicated, Potsdam was earmarked partially for transport interchange purposes, so it wouldn't be available in its full extent for human settlement development. The Annandale property referred to is on the other side of the N7, and there were bulk services issues. When we considered the land, and some of it is covered in our presentation, you look at the context and the worth or the net value of the property for human settlements development. And the Killarney Gardens property under discussion today was ideally located to allow for social and economic integration as well as access to public transport. And and bulk services availability and other resources that's available. So even though we are discussing the land price, the acquisition of the land, we also look at the intended use of the land and the value that adds. So when we look at the funding that is required to develop the property, the Killarney Gardens property, it would be less than, for example, to develop the Annandale or Potsdam for human settlements development. So you look at the overall feasibility of acquiring all that land parcel. Other than its location, there's also other advantages that the Killarney Gardens site offers. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, HOD. Are there any further questions? I see Honorable Maseko and Honorable Gondro's hand is up.
No, Chair, I forgot to drop my hand.
Same here, Chair.
Okay, same WhatsApp group.
Yeah, on this one, we're same. On this one.
Yeah, on this one only, Chair.
Okay, no, fine. Now, I think in that regard, honorable members, we have come to the end of the presentation of the Housing Development Agency. Let me make use of the opportunity to thank them. And then now we are going to move to the Human Settlement Department. Department.
Chair, can you hear me? It's my listeners.
Is that Honorable? I see Honorable Mitchell's hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, thank you for it's not a point of order. I just wanted to make a proposal. If you would like to stretch your legs, if you could give you a couple of minutes.
That's a brilliant. That's a very brilliant idea.
For you, I'm raising that point, Chair.
No, thank you very much, man. It's now 12:48. Can we just be back at 12:55?
We'll appreciate that, Chair. I'm in support to that.
See, that's the
same WhatsApp group again on that one, Chair.
Yeah, that's the
yes, member.
The beauty of having young people in our midst. Yeah. So we'll be back at 12:55. Thank you very much.
There was some going to leave. Oh.
We're gonna stay in case.
We don't even have refreshments here.
No worries, but you could provide a COVID protocol on us to confirm how the food is fixed. Our lives will never be the same. What is Brent smoking? He's wasting your time.
Wasting our time. I'm telling you.
That's what the body's here.
to you. Oh, I see the minister is also present. Honorable Minister.
Hi, afternoon, Chair. No, remember, I also got your letter to appear before SCOPA, and I'm happy to account, and I will hand over to my HOD so we can.
No. Let's first start with you, Honorable Minister. If there's any remarks or any, I was not aware that because I haven't been seeing you in the picture all the time, so I was not aware. No, welcome. Thank you very much for availing yourself. Maybe you can start by introduction, and if maybe there are introductory remarks that you'd like to make, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the members of SCOPA so that we can finally come and account to the allegations that were leveled against my department, but also HDA, because as an accountable department and HDA itself, we believe in absolute transparency, and I believe this is the platform to do just that one can test allegations, and then I wish you well on the outcome of your observations if these allegations can stand the test of scrutiny. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
HOD.
Good morning, Chairperson and members. Thank you for the opportunity to present. As Minister Simmers indicated, we'd like to use this opportunity just to present all the information so that this subject is closed and so we can carry on with business and providing housing opportunities for the needy. Thank you. If I may, next slide, please. Our presentation is based on we've heard the full process regarding land acquisition, but I just want to sketch the context and the location of the site, which also leads to the motivation why this is a site that should be acquired for human settlements development. So when we look at the location of the property in relation to Dunoon, we've spoken about the context and the accessibility of the site with regards to land uses, transport, infrastructure, work opportunities, social amenities. Next slide, please. So when we look at a land parcel or when we seek to purchase a property to respond to the need, and in this instance, the need is on the doorstep of the subject property. We look at the comparison of sale prices, recent property sales in the area, and that has been spoken to at large by HDA's presentation on the surrounding property sale prices used to do the land valuation, and also looks at the site under question and the conditions on that site. The industrial zoning presents certain land use rights and adds to the value of the property. And then obviously for human settlements purposes, we can purchase property for R5 a square meter, but then the cost to develop it and the cost to the beneficiaries to access any urban amenities would be costly. So we look at the location, the size, and this is a large extent. The property is huge enough for a fully integrated human settlements development. It's accessible to existing retail, commercial, transport, and social infrastructure. It is also located adjacent to the existing settlement. So when people are moved to the new development at the Killarney Garden site, there will not be huge impact on the social networks as well as the economic networks. And then one looks at the relocation costs of beneficiaries, because when you relocate from one side to the other, there's also an added cost other than just the subsidy amount being made available. But over and above that, the most important factor that we've used to consider, or that we generally use when you consider, is the development potential, which is linked to the location, but also then what would be the cost to develop the property for human settlements. And in this instance, we've demonstrated that there are bulk services and other services available, which would reduce the overall development costs if one compares it to another parcel of land, which may be cheaper to purchase, but would not have that advantage of some added value. Next slide, please. We've spoken also at length at the location, so we know it's located within Dunoon, within the Milnerton area. It's some 15 kilometers from the CBD. Also, again, with good public transport facilities, it is highly accessible to the CBD and other surrounding industrial or other work opportunities, economic opportunities. It is on the northern edge of development along the N7, again, right adjacent to the N7. So it's well located in relation to metro, the broader metropolitan access and provincial and national road networks. Next slide, please. So the connectivity and land use also, the location also allows for access to the MyCity bus route facility where the infrastructure is in place, and also the Metro Rail infrastructure at Century City. And it's also well located in relation to local and district economic activity. So lower and higher order economic nodes are in place already, which includes retail, commercial and industrial activity. Next slide, please. So when one looks at the social amenities, and in this case, the current Dunoon community is provided with 4 schools, local other ECDs, other education opportunities, as well as health facilities. And the relocation or the movement of people from their current place of residence to the new development would mean a very minimal disruption of the social network and accessing those schools and health facilities. We've spoken about the location within the context of environmental amenities and just the broader public open space network of the city. So there's also the opportunity to link with recreational opportunities and to develop that portion of the land which is below the floodline, which is not suitable for human settlements development. We could also look at using that to create or provide those social and recreational amenities and sports facilities on the site within the development. And then future development and the broader urban proposed future urban development in the area. The site falls within the incremental growth and consolidation area as defined by the city's, next slide please, metropolitan, the Metro Spatial Development Framework, and this framework looks at future development. So it is in the path of the incremental growth and consolidation areas, which focuses on servicing existing communities. So this proposed development of the site of the human settlement development is also servicing existing communities. And the new development is subject to infrastructure capacity, and we've also indicated that the infrastructure capacity is available on the site, and to address other operational deficiencies. So if we look at any future development and it is a need for other infrastructure, it will also be addressed through the development proposals. And when it's considered by the City of Cape Town and their line functions, those aspects will also be tabled, and any improvements required on bulk services or even transport infrastructure would be part of the planning approval and planning assessment process. And then, of course, this site also allows for not just a residential development, but because of its location also then has the opportunity for mixed use, which will include retail and other business facilities. Thank you, Chairperson. The next slides talk to the land acquisition process, and through your permission, I won't go into detail because in my view, and it's my personal view, Chairperson, that has been covered in the HDA and the other deliberations earlier in this session. Thank you.
That's excellent. Thank you very much, HOD, for that. That was nice and short and straight to the point. Are there, honorable members, are there any questions that you would like to ask to the department? I see Honorable Mitchell's hand is up.
Apologies, Chair, okay. I didn't lower it.
Okay. Honorable members, Are there any questions to the department?
Chair, sorry, I didn't raise my hand. Can I come in?
Okay, Honorable Maseko. In the meantime, can other members also indicate their...
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I'm sorry if I didn't hear because the reception from where I am is a little bit bad. Can the department just indicate on the issue of the deviation? If maybe the HOD talked about it, I really do apologize, to sort of emphasize on it or maybe give me the clarity of how urgent was that deviation, or it wasn't urgent, and if it wasn't urgent, why did it happen? So I just want clarity on deviation. I always, from the SCOPA side, when I see deviation, want all the details attached to that. And that deviation, was it a norm under the circumstances, or was something new that was happening within the department? Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Honorable. HOD.
Chairperson and Member Maseko, thank you very much. There was no deviation required for the land acquisition. Due process was followed as demonstrated in the presentation earlier.
Honorable members, are there any further questions from members?
Chairperson?
Yes, Honorable Ngonjo.
I'm sorry, the gadget I'm using.
You're welcome, Honorable.
Does not have the hand function. So I just wanted to yes, I want to ask the same question I had asked. Can just indicate to me what, in their own opinion, could have been the delay from the time that the discussion about the acquisition of this land in 2014 to 2018 from the city, because the response given by Mr. Mguli said that it was a matter of the city. Are they aware, as the department, what could have caused such a delay, given the fact that, you know, there was already an indication that there is a need for this land for public housing? Thank you, Chair.
HOD.
Chairperson, thank you, Chairperson. The city will have to be. We'll have to request the city to give the reason for that delay in acquiring the land. We were only brought to the table when the city indicated that they do not have sufficient funding, or they have to reprioritize their budget for other urgent matters. And that's when we came to the party to do the land acquisition process.
Honorable America.
Thank you, Chair. This HOD, to your knowledge, were, and in your opinion, were there any political pressure exerted by your minister or any other political official on the HGE to purchase this piece of land? Thank you.
HOD.
Chairperson, Member America, to my knowledge and in my opinion, there was no political interference in the process to acquire the land.
How would you know?
Thank
you.
Honorable Taigo.
Knowledge and opinion.
Okay, no, thanks, Chair. Mine is to ask the same question that I've asked previously, but now to the department. There is an understanding that there is 2 portions of land there that are owned by the city of Cape Town, and this was known by the department before embarking on this purchase of land. Now, I want to understand, in a situation whereby there is an uprising, there is a demolition of infrastructure that is taking place, And there is land that is owned by the city of Cape Town, 2 pieces portions. Why would then the department embark on an endurance process of acquiring another portion of land, which is a long process, whilst already owning land in the vicinity? What was the rationale behind that? And then what were the reasonable circumstances that the department would decide to ignore the utilization and even interact with the city of Cape Town for the utilization of that land for housing purposes, so that we don't find ourselves, because this is the rationale behind this whole thing, that there is land available there, but both the city and the department ignored. So just for clarity's sake, Chairman, thank you.
HOD.
Thank you, Chairperson Member. The process, when one looks at the housing demand in the area, the need is high because in general, the broader Dunoon area is well located and people move to areas where there are especially work opportunities. So there are now currently some 14,000 households living in Dunoon, which includes about 50% of that would be in the formal portion of Dunoon, and the balance would be in informal settlements. So when one looks at addressing that need, and when we do our forward planning, we look at an average of a 10-year pipeline of development, because we have to look at budget available for infrastructure development, for the human settlements development. And in this case, we've acquired the land firstly because the city has indicated alternate use, or they've already looked at a specific use for the Potsdam and Annandale parcels of land. So we looked and we knew that through our assessment that the full housing need won't be covered even in those 2 existing land parcels. So this Killarney Garden site was acquired to look at the current, not even the future housing need in the Dunoon area, and that's why it was acquired.
You finish HOD?
Stella would like to add, if through your permission.
Okay.
Thanks, Chairperson. Good afternoon, members. Kila Maisela, Chief Director, Implementation in the Department. As HDA indicated, on the Potsdam Road property, there were discussions with the City of Cape Town to say, as per Mr. Nigel Titus' recommendation for us to explore utilizing that land before we proceed with acquiring the land in question, can we proceed to establish a TRA on that property? The response we received from the very same city was that no, we may not utilize that. And we had to therefore explore other options that were at our disposal. Hence, we then opted to continue with the acquisition of the land in question. To answer the question that Member Herring also raised earlier as to why then did we consider developing on the Annandale property, which was already acquired by the City of Cape Town. He referenced it on his slide. The reason really that property was not ready, would not have been ready for development under urgent and emergency conditions. Reason being that there was an amount of about 111 million that's still required as part of development contributions to service the 4,500 residential units that are planned for that area. And over and above that, there was a need for a vehicular bridge over the N7 at an estimated cost of 260 million. So if you look at the total cost required to even get that site ready for us to proceed, it's sitting at about 370 million. Hence, we then opted to go and acquire the land in question, which, as presented by HDA, already has got some services and also has got some development rights. Yes, we need to apply for rezoning from industrial to mixed use, but it does have services, and it would have enabled us actually to move on site sooner rather than later. So that was what informed the decision for us to proceed with the acquisition Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Madam. I want to then, are there any further questions, honorable members?
Chairperson, can I just ask one question?
Yes, Honorable Maseko.
Just the clarity from Pilar. She mentioned that there was a time that they talked about the Postham land parcel and the city said that no. Do you have an idea of when was that they refused? Was it the 2018 or was it before 2018?
Through you, Chairperson, it was in 2017 that they refused, and we've got it in writing as well from the city.
Chair, can I do a follow-up?
Ms. Maisela, if I, okay. Yes, yes, Honorable.
Okay, who was responsible that time for the property management?
City. At the time, the official that was acting in that position was Lwazi, Mr. Lwazi Lobaza, Chairperson.
So if I get it correctly, Ms. Maisela, the city refused the use of the land. They did not allow that the land at Potsdam Dam must be used.
Yes, Chairperson, that is correct. They did not allow. You recall when this matter was brought to attention, we wanted, as a member Heron correctly pointed out, to utilize that piece of land to decant the people that were within the railway line on an emergency basis. And when we approached the city, they said they already have their own plans and are earmarking that property for their own development, which would include de-densification of some of the pockets within the Noon, and hence that's why they were reluctant to release it to us for the purpose for which we were asking for there. Thanks, Chairperson.
Then maybe just also then a general question, not necessarily directed to you, but to the department in general. Why has this land not been utilized up to now, the land, the Dorenbach land that has been now bought? Why has it not been utilized for the purpose now that it was bought for?
We bought it, Chairperson, in 2018, and as part of the development process, we have to start with the planning and obtaining development rights. So we are in that process now, actually packaging that land and designing it for the purposes of human settlement. And when the COVID pandemic hit us, it necessitated that we accelerate our plans for that so that we can decant and de-densify the area, the overcrowded area in response to COVID, which is why we then approached the city to fast track our application in terms of Section 69 of their bylaws, which talks to the urgent housing application so that we can, in actual fact, then move in on that side sooner rather than later. But the professional team was already appointed in 2018 when we acquired that land. So we had been planning all along, but it's just that we've had to now accelerate due to the pandemic. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you. Now, also then just maybe also my last question on the matter. In terms of the acquisition of this land, who approached who? Was it the department that approached the city or was it the city that approached the department for acquisition purposes?
Thanks, Chairperson. The city approached the department to acquire the land, as was also presented by HDA. That was when they indicated to us that they no longer have the funds or they've had to reprioritize the funding which they had earmarked for the acquisition of this very same property. So we then took on the matter after we were approached by the City of Cape Town. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Maseko.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My reception is so bad. I just need to get the clarity. I didn't hear the response from Mayor Maisela that who was responsible as the MMC for that department in the city. Thank you, Chair.
At the time, Chairperson, the responsible person, MMC was Xanthia Limbeck. And Member Heron, made to believe. Thanks, Chairperson.
Okay. You say it was Lindbergh, Xanthia Lindbergh, and Member Brett Heron.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair.
Just maybe before I give to Honorable Batman, something I just forgot what was related to the issue of who approached you, because in the letter that is written, prepared by Honorable Heron, he mentioned that there was a meeting that was held by the previous Minister Matikizela together with, I think, the MMC of the City of Cape Town. I just wanted to check, of course, MEC Matikizela is not here to actually respond for herself. Maybe the minister might be aware also of this. Maybe, do you know, was that part of wanting to discuss the acquisition of this land?
Yes, Chairperson, it was part of discussing the acquisition of the land.
Were there any provincial officials in that meeting?
Yes, Chairperson, there were provincial officials and the city officials as well.
And you were one of those officials?
I did not attend that particular meeting, Chairperson, but my colleagues were in attendance.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maisela. I see Honorable Bartman.
Thank you, Chairperson. And Chairperson, again, please bear with me because I'm going to ask for some clarity questions, because now that I know that I was on the same WhatsApp group as HTA, I just want to quickly make sure if I'm on the same WhatsApp group as the minister and the department as well quickly. Okay, so the City of Cape Town obviously requested the land, but then they had to reprioritize their funding since, which is why they did not end up buying the land. And then 2, the department is in a planning and development rights process now, those were the words that were used, regarding the use of the land, now being accelerated due to the COVID-19 pandemic, which then subsequently means that obviously the land will be used for housing, which, according to my understanding, is the original purpose of purchasing the land. So I just would like to understand, am I correct in my statements? Thank you.
She's on the same WhatsApp group.
Through you, Chairperson, same WhatsApp group, indeed. I further wish.
Thank you.
I further wish
hey,
to
the WhatsApp
confirm,
group is trending. Yeah.
I further wish to affirm, Chairperson, that the city planners themselves, in a document that was submitted in December of 2016, further welcome the utilization of this land. If I may quote from that very same document, they're saying that as the city planners, we welcome the utilization of the well-located land in close proximity of existing communities for human settlements development. And this is the very same land parcel that we're referring to. bearing in mind that this comments and report was drafted by the city officials in 2016, and we went on to purchase the land in 2018. So whatever we're doing is pretty much still aligned to all the strategic documents that being the SDF, and it talks to the issues of integrated development as well. So I thought I'll just add that to provide more context to this, so that it can be so that it cannot be viewed as though we're doing something that's outside the framework of the city in terms of human settlements development. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Chair, I'm sorry, I just wanted to pledge my membership to the same WhatsApp group.
Yeah, I see the WhatsApp group is trending today. Honorable Mitchell.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chairperson. It seems like me and you are not on the same WhatsApp group.
Yeah.
Chair, I just wanted to just there's two things that I want to just get clarity on. You made reference to a meeting based on a letter submitted by Honorable Heron, and the letter that I've seen indicated that in fact a particular meeting, or Honorable Heron alleges that there was a meeting, but you failed to mention that Honorable Heron's office was represented by a Mr. Roundtree. So he was party to that particular meeting and not just MMC Limburg and the MEC. So I just want to get clarity or correction on that point. And then secondly, Chair, I'm under the impression, or that, and I think that the Chief Director indicated that MMC Limburg was the responsible MACO member, but according to my knowledge, property management fell directly under MMC Heron at the time, and Alderman Limburg was the MMC for informal settlement. So can we just get clarity on that? And is my understanding correct? Thank you, Chair.
Look, on that matter, maybe, of course, if people in the meeting are able to respond, I've got no problem with that. But you see, that's where now relevant people will have been able to assist us even better, will have been the City of Cape Town. But I also want to mention that the City of Cape Town didn't say that they don't want to come to the meeting, but they say at the present moment, as things stand, they are unable to see how they will be able to assist the meeting because they were just beneficiaries to the process. But if there are people in the meeting who would like to answer that, I don't have a problem with that.
Chair, if you would indulge me, my apologies, my end. If I can just clarify my point. Chair, I'm not expecting on the first point for a response because we have in fact received the documents. So I'm just, for the sake of clarity and consistency, are saying that in fact there was 3 parties or public officers that was represented at that alleged meeting. Yes. And that included the meeting or the office of the then MACO member Heron, and not just the MMC Limburg and the MEC for Human Settlements at the time, Minister Madikizela's office, as alluded to by you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Are there any response? Maybe Minister, you want to comment on that?
Chair, if I may, even though I'll just respond to the first portion, because I am aware that while Mayor de Lille was the mayor, and part of a redesign process of the City of Cape Town, it's well documented in public knowledge, she actually split one portfolio into 2, of which MMC Limburg's focus was informal settlement scorely, and Member Heron was then the MMC, among others, which dealt with assets and land and so forth on behalf of the city. So that's my input on this, but I think I'll hand over to either my OHD or Ms. Maisela, because obviously, you know, this process is well documented and you all have the document packs, and hence when I opened our session, I said, you know, an allegation was leveled against my department and HDA, and my question was, we will see if this will stand the test of scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Any response, Ms. Maisela or HOD?
No, Chairperson. I think it's as per Minister's input. Thank you.
Thanks. Honorable Mitchell, is your hand still up?
No, I'm sorry. My apologies. I'll lower it now.
Just one last, very, very last question from my side. On the issue of the value, I think even maybe while the HDA is also still part of the meeting, they can answer. Now, I think we were given that there was a value of 33 million and there was also a value of 71 million. I think in terms of the presentation that was given there. Now, eventually, the department and HDA, they settled for the value of 64 million. Now, I don't know what might have been the factors that contributed to that, because if you look, the mean, or let's say the middle of that would have been maybe 50 million. At most, 55 million, if you round it to the nearest 10, or maybe 60 million. But eventually, we settled for 64 million. Is there maybe some explanation that can be given regarding that?
Through you, Chairperson, will request Phumlani from the HDA to just respond to that.
Through you, Chair, if I may join the department's WhatsApp group. In the presentation, slide 17, there's a table which depicts the first and the second value. Tashoma was 71 million and Equitas was 33 million. The very next slide, 18, is qualifying why Equitas his valuation was at 33 million. It reads as follows. Equitas valuation assumed that the biggest portion, namely Earth 368, which measures roughly 12 hectares, was zoned as agricultural and not industrial, and therefore used a rate of 200 Rand per square meter, which was outside their valuation criteria for industrial land, which is 600 to 700. So if you equal them back out, you will find that he gets to 77 million, which is roughly even higher than Tashoma. Then we further explain that the extent which we paid for as the HDA was only 11.6, which was the developable portion, because the difference was under a 50-year flood line. And then if you take the agreed price, which was 66 million, and you divide it by that extent, you'd get a Rand per square meter rate of 568. However, there were two parcels which were measuring 0.4 hectares, which was eliminated from the first round of negotiations, and hence the price paid to the seller was 64.6 million. I hope that's clear, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Partman.
Thank you, Chair. No, Chair, I just wanted to make sure, because earlier I asked HDA if I was in the same WhatsApp group with my calculations, and then you mentioned a completely different calculation. So I just wanted to be reaffirmed that the 33 million of Equitas was an error, and then they corrected their valuation, and that we then paid below market value, which is about 2 Rand per square meter for the hectares. And the 66 million, according to my calculation that was settled on, is about 2,904,000 Rand below the actual value then for the property. Because I just wanted to make sure, because I don't want to get my calculations wrong here, Chairperson. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, she's 100% correct.
Fully on side of the WhatsApp group. Thank you very much. Are there any further questions, honorable members?
Sorry, Chair, just a comment, not a question. I think I'm covered with all the questions. Can you indulge me?
Yes, Honorable Member.
Okay, thank you very much. Chair, I just feel we need to hear the voice of the CFO. He has been in the meeting and we didn't hear him talking anything, and we are talking about money. Can he indulge us as a brief?
Chairperson, through you, and good afternoon, everybody, honourable members and Chairperson. We, like all the colleagues indicated, we went through a whole process to determine if you get value for money, and I actually certified it was value for money on the submission where we got the approval from the HOD to purchase that piece of land. So I'm very comfortable. And the whole process were audited last year already. So I presume that there's nothing because that purchase was in public domain, and one of the auditors' ways of doing things is they also look at what is a contentious issue. So I presume that they found that also fine. So thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to come to the standing committee that we can put this thing to rest. Thank you.
Any further question, honorable members? Are there any comments maybe from the department or from the HDA?
Chairperson and members, thank you again for the opportunity. What it presents to us is always we reassess our own processes and make sure that we follow due process. Here again, it's tabled that due process was followed, but it's a lesson for us. Always, we take this as a learning process, so we will ensure that all the documentation and everything is available for any of these processes to be screened or assessed, and we will make sure that we do follow due processes and the public funding is used responsibly. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. If I may also just add, there was reference also made in today's discussion by Member Heron that the Race Park Owners Association is alleging that by us bringing in human settlements, it would devalue their properties. Of course, this has not been tested. In actual fact, I would argue that if anything, it should improve, because we must all remember that their businesses are currently operating within a stone throws away from Dorenbach informal settlement, which is informal. So if we are to upgrade that area, if anything, it should improve on the value. And yes, they do have every right to submit their objections as part of the process as an interested and affected party, and it would be the city's duty to weigh all the information that's submitted, take into cognizance that there is a need for housing and for us to improve the lives of the people that are living in difficult conditions in Dunoon, whilst also balancing that with ensuring that we continue providing economic opportunities through the industrial park. I think that's what I wanted to add. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say on behalf of the HDA, we thank you for inviting us, and we hope we provided you with all the necessary clarity that you required. And in the event that you need any inquiry, just send it to us. What we intend to do as the Housing Development Agency, which our partner is, to make sure that we uphold to good governance, but not compromise people in the housing delivery. We are not going to do that. We will adhere to good governance, but we are not going to compromise the people that we need to serve in order to accelerate housing delivery. We'll do everything that it takes in order to make it work. And that's what we are going to do, but within the good governance prescripts and goals.
Honorable Minister.
I think, Chair, from my side, I've been fairly covered by my department officials, my HDA, and also from HDA side, but I do now wish you well on your further deliberations. And I think today has been a good exercise for those members who are unfamiliar with the way that human settlement works. But also, we've also learned the red tape that is stuck at local government level, because you referred many a times why the massive time lapse from the purchase until where we are today. And I think that needs to be addressed, because if COVID-19 has taught us anything, Chair, it's that the way that government operates in all three spheres needs to be relooked, because we have been reactionary, and if we are to address the needs of all our people effectively moving forward, we need to become a proactive government. Thank you, and I wish you well, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Also, thank you very much to your department, and also thank you very much to HDA. Unfortunately, Honorable Heron has already left, and also like to thank him also in absentia. I can just assure you that this is definitely not a witch hunt. This is a fact-finding mission more than anything. It can never be a witch hunt, because I think none of us here are sangomas. So what we really want is to try and get facts based on what has been actually presented in front of us. We once again value your input and value your cooperation in this regard. Thank you very much. You can actually be excused now, and members of the committee are going to still remain behind, and we continue with our deliberation. Thank you very much. Honorable members.
Chair, when we were seized with this matter initially, we decided on the process, and this was the process that we decided upon many months ago. At that time, there were two matters that we were tasked to investigate or to get clarity on, and one being whether there was political interference in the purchasing of the property in question, and secondly, Mr. Honorable Heron avers that the purchase price was overinflated and based on certain evaluations, and such overinflation amounted to fruitful and wasteful expenditure, which ultimately would lead to irregular sort of expenditure. Now we have listened to the HCA, we have listened to the department, and most importantly, we have also listened to Honorable Heron. And in my view, that I'm sufficiently convinced that the evidence, if I could call it that was led today, fully satisfy myself in terms of how I should respond to those two questions. Mr. Chairperson, you're laughing. I get nervous. Okay. And I don't believe that,